Hey guys, did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. Dude, I can't believe we're finally doing this. I yelled, chucking another bag of chips into the cooler. This camping trip is gonna be epic. Mark grinned, tossing a football in the air. Totally. No phones, no internet, just us in the wilderness. It's gonna be awesome. Just try not to get us lost again like last time, Mark, Sarah said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. We all laughed, remembering the time Mark led us on a shortcut that turned into a 5-hour detour. Even though it was a pain in the butt then, it was a funny memory now. I zipped up my duffel bag, checking to make sure I had everything: tent, sleeping bag, flashlight, extra batteries, the essentials. Plus a whole lot of junk food, because priorities. Alright, is everyone ready? Emily asked, already behind the wheel of her beat-up Jeep. Let's hit the road. We piled into the Jeep, me crammed in the back with all our gear. The windows were down, the sun was shining, and the radio was blasting some old-school rock. We were young, carefree, and ready for an adventure. Little did I know, this wasn't going to be the kind of adventure we were expecting. The drive seemed to take forever. We were heading deep into the Green Ridge National Forest, and the paved road eventually gave way to a bumpy dirt track. The Jeep was bouncing all over the place, and I swore my teeth were gonna rattle right out of my head. Are you sure this is the right way, Mark? Emily asked, her knuckles white on the steering wheel as she navigated a particularly nasty pile. Yeah, I think so, Mark muttered, squinting at a crumpled map. It's gotta be around here somewhere. The sun was starting to dip below the trees, casting long shadows across the road. The forest seemed to be closing in on us, the dense foliage a dark wall on either side. A shiver ran down my spine, and it wasn't just from the chilly evening air. After what felt like an eternity, Mark suddenly yelled, "There! I found it!" He pointed to a barely visible trail leading off into the woods. That's the trailhead to the campsite. Emily pulled the Jeep onto the shoulder, and we all piled out, stretching our stiff limbs. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves. All right, let's get this show on the road, I said, grabbing my backpack. I'm starving. We followed Mark down the narrow trail, single file. The deeper we went, the darker it got. The trees overhead blocked out most of the remaining light, and I had to rely on my flashlight to see where I was going. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time a twig snapped or an owl hooted, I jumped. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. Hey, guys, Sarah said, her voice a little shaky. Do you ever get the feeling that we're not alone out here? I was about to say something when Mark suddenly stopped in his tracks. Guys, he said, his voice barely a whisper. I think we might be lost. Lost? How can we be lost? Emily shrieked, her voice cracking. You were so sure of yourself, Mark. Mark just shrugged, his face pale in the fading light. Hey, nobody's perfect, okay? This trail is way harder to follow than I remember. Great, I muttered, kicking at a loose rock. Just great. Now what? We should backtrack, Sarah suggested, her voice trembling slightly. Maybe we missed a turn somewhere. So, we turned around and started heading back the way we came. But the trail seemed to have disappeared. Every path we tried led to a dead end or a tangle of thorny bushes. The forest was like a maze, and we were trapped inside. The sun had completely set now, and the woods were plunged into darkness. Our flashlights flickered weakly, barely piercing the gloom. The shadows from the trees seemed to writhe and twist, taking on monstrous shapes. Did you hear that? Emily whispered, clutching my arm. I strained my ears. There was a faint sound, like something heavy dragging through the undergrowth. It was getting closer. Probably just an animal, I said, trying to sound brave, but my voice shook. But deep down, I didn't believe it. There was something out there with us, something big and dangerous. I could feel its eyes on us, watching our every move. We huddled together, our flashlights forming a small circle of light in the vast darkness. The dragging sound stopped, but we could still feel the presence lurking nearby. Then, a low growl echoed through the trees, sending shivers down our spines. It was a sound that made my blood run cold, a sound that spoke of primal fear and impending doom. The growl ripped through the silence, closer this time. We froze, our breaths catching in our throats. Our little circle of light felt pathetically small against the vast, encroaching darkness. Then, the trees at the edge of our light began to shake. Branches snapped, leaves rustled violently, and the ground trembled beneath our feet. Something was moving towards us, something massive. My heart hammered in my chest. I gripped my flashlight so tightly my knuckles turned white. I could hear Emily whimpering beside me, and Sarah's breath coming in ragged gasps. Even Mark, who usually acted like nothing scared him, looked terrified. And then, it stepped into the light. It was like nothing I had ever seen before. Towering over us, easily 8 feet tall, was a creature of nightmares. Covered in thick, matted fur, it had long, powerful limbs and a hulking torso. Its eyes, glowing red in the darkness, fixed on us with a predatory hunger. The Sasquatch. A guttural roar erupted from its throat, shaking the very air around us. The stench of its breath, a mix of rotting meat and damp earth, filled my nostrils, making me gag. Panic seized us. We screamed, our voices raw with terror. We scrambled back, desperate to escape the monstrous creature that stood before us. But there was nowhere to run. We were trapped, surrounded by the darkness and the beast. The Sasquatch lunged. The Sasquatch's massive hand lashed out, claws raking through the air. I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasp. The creature roared in frustration, its hot breath washing over me. Emily wasn't so lucky. The beast snatched her up with terrifying ease, its claws sinking into her flesh. She screamed, a high-pitched, desperate sound that echoed through the trees. I watched in horror as the Sasquatch lifted her into the air, its jaws gaping wide. Mark reacted instantly. He grabbed a fallen branch and charged at the creature, screaming like a madman. He swung the branch with all his might, striking the Sasquatch across the face. The creature bellowed in pain and dropped Emily. She hit the ground with a sickening thud, her body limp and still. I couldn't tell if she was alive or dead. The Sasquatch turned its fury on Mark. It swatted him aside like a fly, sending him crashing into a tree. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. I was alone. Terror lent me a burst of speed. I scrambled to my feet and ran, blindly, desperately. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't stop. I could hear the Sasquatch crashing through the undergrowth behind me, its roars getting closer. I stumbled over a root and fell, my hands sinking into the damp earth. I scrambled to get up, but it was too late. The Sasquatch was upon me. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the end. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the crushing blow, the agonizing pain. But it never came. Instead, I heard a deafening crack, like a tree splitting in two. Then, a gut-wrenching roar, filled with pain and fury. I cautiously opened my eyes. The Sasquatch was standing a few feet away, its massive hand clutching its head. Blood oozed between its fingers, staining its thick fur. It had slammed headfirst into the thick branch of an oak tree, the impact momentarily stunning it. It was my chance. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaky but adrenaline pushing me forward. I didn't look back, didn't waste a second. I ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding like a drum. The forest was a blur of trees and shadows. I dodged branches, leaped over fallen logs, my only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and the monster. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the undergrowth, its enraged roars echoing through the trees. But it was getting fainter. I was outrunning it. Or so I thought. As I rounded a bend, I came to a sudden halt. The ground dropped away sharply, revealing a deep ravine. The other side was too far to jump. I was trapped. I spun around, my back pressed against the edge of the ravine. The Sasquatch emerged from the trees, its eyes burning with hatred. It advanced slowly, savoring its victory. I had nowhere to go. The Sasquatch roared, a sound that echoed through the ravine, bouncing off the steep rock walls. It was close enough that I could smell its rank breath, feel the heat radiating from its massive body. My mind raced, frantically searching for an escape. There was none. I was trapped, cornered like a rat. Unless... I glanced over the edge of the ravine. It was a long way down, a dizzying drop into darkness. But maybe, just maybe, it was a better option than facing the creature's wrath. It was a crazy idea, a desperate gamble. But I was out of options. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, I leaped. The ground vanished beneath my feet. I plunged into the void, the wind screaming past my ears. For a terrifying moment, I was weightless, suspended between the sky and the earth. Then, I hit the ground. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I rolled down a steep slope, branches and rocks tearing at my flesh. Pain shot through my body, but I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving, had to get away. Finally, I came to a stop at the bottom of the ravine, a crumpled heap in the darkness. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, my body throbbing with pain. I had survived the fall. But was I safe? I listened intently, but I couldn't hear anything over the pounding of my own heart. Had the Sasquatch followed me? Or had I finally escaped its clutches? I didn't know. But I knew one thing, I couldn't stay there. I had to find my way out of the ravine, had to find help. I struggled to my feet, my legs trembling. I was injured, exhausted, and terrified. But I was alive. And that was enough to keep me going. I picked myself up, my body screaming in protest. Every muscle ached, every joint throbbed. I was covered in cuts and bruises, my clothes ripped and muddy. But I was alive. I took a look around. The ravine was a narrow, rocky chasm, choked with tangled vegetation. The walls were steep and slippery, offering no easy way out. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I had no idea where I was, or how to get back to the trail. My phone was long gone, probably smashed to pieces during the fall. I was completely alone, lost in the heart of the wilderness. Despair threatened to overwhelm me. I wanted to curl up in a ball and give up. But something inside me, some primal instinct for survival, wouldn't let me. I had to keep moving, had to find a way out. I started walking, following the course of the ravine. The going was slow and painful. I stumbled over rocks, slipped on loose gravel, and waded through patches of thick mud. Every step was an agony, but I gritted my teeth and pushed on. The light was fading fast. Soon, it would be completely dark. I needed to find shelter, somewhere safe to spend the night. I spotted a small cave in the side of the ravine. It wasn't much, but it would offer some protection from the elements and any predators that might be lurking in the darkness. I crawled inside, collapsing on the cold, damp floor. Exhaustion washed over me, and I drifted off to sleep, my dreams haunted by the image of the monstrous Sasquatch. I woke with a start, my heart pounding. The cave was pitch black, the silence broken only by the drip 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 of water from the cave ceiling. I lay there, listening intently, every nerve on high alert. Something was different. The air felt heavier, charged with a strange energy. I could sense eyes on me, watching me from the darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, my fingers trembling. The beam flickered to life, cutting through the gloom. I swept it around the cave, searching for the source of my unease. At first, I saw nothing. Just the rough walls of the cave, the damp floor, the jagged rocks. Then, I noticed something in the far corner. 2 points of light, glowing faintly in the darkness. eyes. They were watching me, unblinking, filled with a cold, predatory intelligence. I couldn't make out the creature they belonged to, but I could feel its presence, a palpable sense of menace that made my skin crawl. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The eyes didn't move, didn't waver. They just stared at me, their intensity growing with every passing second. I had to get out of there. I scrambled to my feet, my flashlight beam dancing wildly as I stumbled towards the cave entrance. The eyes followed me, their gaze burning into my back. I burst out of the cave, into the relative safety of the night. The moon had risen, casting a pale light over the ravine. I scanned the area, searching for the creature, but I couldn't see anything. But I knew it was out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching me, waiting for its chance to strike. I scrambled up the side of the ravine, my hands grasping at roots and rocks. The climb was treacherous, my injured body screaming in protest. But fear lent me strength, the primal urge to survive pushing me onward. I finally reached the top, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. I lay there for a moment, my chest heaving, my mind reeling. I had escaped the ravine, but I was still lost, alone in the wilderness. And then, I heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, echoing through the trees. It was close, too close. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. I scanned the surrounding woods, my eyes searching for the source of the sound. And then, I saw it. Standing at the edge of the trees, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky, was the Sasquatch. It was watching me, its eyes glowing red in the darkness. It had followed me. It had found me. I turned to run, but it was too late. The creature lunged, its massive hand reaching out to grab me. I screamed, a desperate, hopeless cry that echoed through the silent forest. And then, everything went black. So, I was just chilling on my couch, scrolling through my phone, you know, the usual Friday night stuff. Suddenly, this message pops up on my screen. It's from Mark, this dude I haven't seen or heard from in like 10 years. 10 years. I almost didn't recognize the name. We used to be pretty tight back in high school. We were on the soccer team together, always getting into trouble, typical teenage stuff. But after graduation, we kinda drifted apart. He went off to some fancy college, I ended up at the local community college, and that was that. Anyway, his message was short and to the point. Hey man, long time no see. Remember that crazy camping trip we took to Blackwood Forest back in the day? I'm heading up there next weekend, thought you might want to join. For old time's sake. Blackwood Forest. Yeah, I remembered. Who could forget? That place was creepy as hell even back then. We got lost for hours, swore we saw some weird stuff in the woods. Thinking about it now still gives me the chills. I stared at the message for a while, debating whether to reply. Part of me was curious, I guess. It would be interesting to see Mark again, see what he's been up to. But the other part of me, the sensible part, was screaming hell no. But, you know, Nostalgia's a powerful drug. And after a few beers, I found myself typing out a reply. Sure, why not? Sounds like fun. What the hell was I thinking? The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a nagging sense of dread. What had I gotten myself into? I seriously considered bailing, calling Mark and making up some excuse. But then I remembered that I'd already told him I was in, and I didn't want to seem like a wimp. So, I dragged myself out of bed, threw some camping gear in my backpack, and hit the road. Mark had told me to meet him at an old gas station just outside of Blackwood Forest. The place was called Joe's Gas, and it looked like it hadn't been in business for decades. The pumps were rusty, the windows were boarded up, and the whole place had that creepy, abandoned vibe. I pulled up next to Mark's truck, a beat-up old Ford with a dented fender and a missing headlight. He was leaning against the hood, looking surprisingly different. He'd always been a skinny dude, but now he was downright gaunt. His hair was longer and shaggier, and he had this weird, intense look in his eyes. "Hey man," he said, grinning. "Glad you could make it." "Hey Mark," I replied, trying to sound enthusiastic. "Long time no see." He chuckled. "Yeah, tell me about it. 10 years, can you believe it?" We exchanged some awkward small talk, catching up on the past decade. He told me he'd dropped out of college and was now living off the grid, doing odd jobs and exploring the wilderness. I didn't pry too much. He seemed a bit off. After a few minutes, we loaded our gear into his truck and headed off into the forest. The road was narrow and winding, and the trees grew thick on either side, blocking out the sunlight. It felt like we were entering another world, a world where anything could happen. As we drove deeper into the woods, the silence grew heavier. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. After what felt like an eternity on that bumpy dirt road, we finally arrived at our campsite. It was a small clearing nestled among the trees, with a trickling stream nearby. The same stream we'd messed around in as kids, if I remember correctly. I had to admit, the place had a certain eerie beauty to it. The sunlight filtering through the leaves, the sound of the water, the smell of pine needles, it was almost peaceful. Almost. Mark seemed to be in his element. He hopped out of the truck and started unloading our gear with a burst of energy that surprised me. He was like a kid on Christmas morning, all smiles and excitement. It was kind of unsettling, considering how somber he'd seemed back at the gas station. "This is perfect, man," he said, grinning. "Just like old times." I nodded, trying to share his enthusiasm. "Yeah, it's nice." He raised an eyebrow at my hesitant tone. "What's wrong? You don't seem too thrilled to be here." No, it's cool," I lied. "Just a little tired from the drive." He shrugged and went back to unpacking. I watched him as he set up the tent with an almost unnerving efficiency. He moved with a quickness and precision that I didn't remember him having. It was like he'd been living in the woods for years, which I guess he kind of had. As I helped him gather firewood, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mark was acting strange, and the whole atmosphere of the forest was unsettling. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. "So," I said, trying to break the tension, "what have you been up to all these years? Besides, living in the woods." He paused, a strange look flickering across his face. "Oh, this and that. Exploring, mostly. This forest has a lot of secrets." He said it in a low voice, almost a whisper, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. Nightfall came quickly, blanketing the forest in an inky darkness. We built a campfire, the flames casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. The crackling of the fire and the chirping of crickets were the only sounds that broke the silence. We sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and sipping lukewarm beer. The conversation was stilted at first, filled with awkward pauses and forced laughter. I was still trying to wrap my head around Mark's weird vibes, and I think he could sense my unease. "So," he said, breaking the silence, "remember that time we got lost in the woods?" I nodded, a chill running down my spine. How could I forget? We were wandering around for hours. He chuckled, a low, throaty sound that sent shivers down my spine. "We were lucky we found our way back. Some people aren't so lucky." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" He leaned closer to the fire, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. "There are stories about this forest, old stories. People disappearing, never to be seen again. Some say they were taken by the woods themselves." I scoffed. "Come on, Mark, you don't believe those old wives' tales, do you?" He shrugged, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Maybe. Maybe not. But there are things in these woods that you wouldn't believe. Things that go bump in the night." He started telling me about strange occurrences he'd witnessed in the forest, unexplained lights, eerie sounds, fleeting shadows that seemed to vanish into thin air. I tried to dismiss it as his imagination running wild, but his stories were unsettlingly detailed. He spoke with a conviction that made it hard to completely disbelieve him. As the night wore on, his stories grew more and more disturbing. He talked about ancient rituals, forgotten gods, and creatures that lurked in the darkest corners of the forest. I felt a growing sense of dread, like something was watching us from the shadows. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night, echoing through the trees. We both jumped up, our hearts pounding in our chests. "What the hell was that?" I gasped, my voice trembling. Mark's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and excitement on his face. "I don't know," he whispered. "But let's find out." We grabbed our flashlights and cautiously ventured into the darkness, following the direction of the scream. The beam of my flashlight danced across the trees, illuminating the undergrowth in fleeting glimpses. The forest seemed to hold its breath, every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig sending shivers down my spine. "Over here," Mark hissed, pointing towards a patch of disturbed earth. I shone my light on the ground and gasped. Huge footprints, unlike anything I'd ever seen before, were imprinted in the soft soil. They were easily twice the size of a human's, with long, clawed toes. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, my voice barely above a croak. Mark knelt down, examining the tracks with a strange intensity. "It's some kind of animal," he said, his voice surprisingly calm. "Probably a bear." "A bear?" I scoffed. "Those prints are way too big for a bear." He shrugged. "There are some big bears in these woods. Come on, let's head back to camp." I hesitated, my eyes glued to the monstrous footprints. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Mark's nonchalance seemed forced, like he was trying to hide his own fear. "Are you sure it's just a bear?" I asked, my voice trembling. He gave me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, man. It's probably long gone by now. Let's go." I reluctantly followed him back to the campsite, but my mind was racing. Those footprints weren't from any bear I'd ever seen. And something about Mark's behavior just didn't add up. He was hiding something. I was sure of it. Back at the campsite, the fire had died down to a few glowing embers, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing. I tossed another log onto the flames, trying to keep the darkness at bay. But it was no use. The fear that had been simmering inside me had now boiled over. I was officially freaked out. Mark, on the other hand, seemed strangely calm. He was humming a tuneless melody as he rummaged through his backpack. "You okay, man?" he asked, glancing up at me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little on edge." He chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm sure it was just a bear. Nothing to be afraid of." Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one who had seen those monstrous footprints. We crawled into our tents, but sleep was the last thing on my mind. I lay there, staring up at the thin nylon ceiling, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent my heart racing. I was convinced that something was out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. Hours passed, but sleep wouldn't come. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the events of the day, Mark's strange behavior, the eerie stories, the terrifying scream, the enormous footprints. It all added up to something sinister, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Suddenly, I heard a noise outside my tent. It was a soft, shuffling sound, like someone was moving around in the darkness. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The sound came again, closer this time. Someone was definitely out there. I slowly unzipped the tent flap and peered out into the night. The fire had died down completely, leaving the clearing shrouded in darkness. I could barely see anything, but then a flicker of movement caught my eye. Someone was standing by the edge of the woods, their silhouette barely visible against the dark trees. I squinted, trying to make out who it was. And then my blood ran cold. It was Mark. My heart pounded in my chest like a drum. What the hell was Mark doing out there in the middle of the night? He was just standing there, motionless, staring up at the sky. His arms were outstretched, and he seemed to be whispering something, although I couldn't make out the words. I watched him for what felt like an eternity, my mind reeling with confusion and fear. Was he sleepwalking? Had he gone crazy? Or was there something more sinister at play? Suddenly, he started to move. He turned towards the trees, and I could see his lips moving more rapidly now, as if he were chanting. His voice was low and guttural, like the growl of a wild animal. I couldn't understand the words, but they sounded ancient, primal. A wave of terror washed over me. This wasn't the Mark I knew. This was something else, something dark and terrifying. I had to get out of there. I ducked back into my tent, my hand shaking so violently I could barely zip it closed. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed my backpack, stuffing my sleeping bag and other belongings inside. I had to get away from this place, and I had to get away now. I crept out of the tent and glanced towards Mark's. He was still standing there, chanting in that strange language. I took a deep breath and sprinted towards the tree line, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't look back. I just ran, blindly, desperately, through the darkness. I burst through the tree line and into the dense undergrowth, branches whipping at my face and thorns tearing at my clothes. I didn't care. I just kept running, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. But I couldn't stop. I had to get as far away from the campsite as possible. The forest floor was uneven, littered with fallen logs and tangled roots. I stumbled and tripped, my flashlight bouncing wildly, casting erratic shadows that danced around me like mocking demons. I could hear the pounding of my own heart in my ears, a frantic rhythm that echoed the fear coursing through my veins. And then I heard it. Another sound, cutting through the frantic symphony of my own terror. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, crashing through the underbrush behind me. Someone was following me. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of fear that threatened to drown me. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain in my legs, the branches scraping my skin, the blood pounding in my temples. I had to be faster. I had to get away. But the footsteps were getting closer. Whoever was chasing me was gaining ground. I could hear their ragged breathing, their grunts of exertion. They were close. Too close. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the dim light of my flashlight, I saw a figure crashing through the trees, their form distorted by the shadows. But there was no mistaking that shape, that relentless pursuit. It was Mark. He was no longer chanting. Instead, a guttural growl emanated from his throat, a sound that sent chills down my spine. His eyes, wide and wild, gleamed in the darkness like those of a predator. He was hunting me. I was running blind, my flashlight beam dancing erratically through the trees, barely illuminating the treacherous terrain. My foot caught on a gnarled root, and I went sprawling, tumbling headfirst into the damp undergrowth. The flashlight slipped from my grasp, skittering away into the darkness. I lay there for a moment, winded, my body screaming in protest. Panic clawed at my throat, choking me. I was trapped, alone, in the heart of the forest, with something monstrous on my trail. I scrambled to my feet, my hands frantically searching for the lost flashlight. But it was gone. swallowed by the darkness. I was surrounded by an impenetrable blackness, the only sounds the frantic pounding of my heart and the ragged gasps of my own breath. And then I heard it. That guttural growl, closer now, right behind me. I whirled around, my eyes straining to pierce the darkness. But I could see nothing. Just the inky blackness, pressing in on me like a suffocating blanket. A twig snapped. Then another. He was moving closer, circling me like a predator stalking its prey. I could feel his presence, a palpable weight in the suffocating darkness. Suddenly, a pair of eyes ignited in the blackness, 2 points of malevolent fire that seemed to burn into my soul. Mark. He was standing just a few feet away, his face contorted in a grotesque snarl, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "You can't run forever," he hissed, his voice a raspy whisper that cut through the silence like a knife. I stumbled back, my voice caught in my throat. Fear paralyzed me, froze me in place like a deer caught in headlights. He took a step closer, his form emerging from the shadows. His face was gaunt, his skin stretched taut over his bones. His eyes, those terrifying eyes, burned with an unholy fire. He looked inhuman. Nowhere left to run, he snarled, his voice dripping with malice. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. My voice was trapped in my throat, choked by the sheer terror that gripped me. I tried to back away, but my legs wouldn't respond. I was frozen, helpless, like a rabbit caught in the gaze of a snake. Mark lunged. He moved with an inhuman speed, his clawed hands reaching for me. I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding his grasp. He hit the ground with a thud, snarling in frustration. I scrambled back, my hands scrabbling for purchase on the uneven ground. I had to get away. I had to escape. But where could I go? The forest was a labyrinth, and I was lost, blind, with a monster on my heels. Mark rose to his feet, his eyes burning into me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. He stalked towards me, his movements fluid, predatory. "You can't escape me," he hissed, his voice a guttural growl that echoed through the trees. "You're mine now." I cowered back, my mind reeling. What did he want? What was he going to do to me? He lunged again, his clawed hands reaching for my throat. I screamed, a desperate, primal sound that tore from my lungs. But it was too late. His fingers closed around my neck, cutting off my air. I struggled, clawing at his hands, kicking at his legs. But he was too strong. His grip tightened, and the world began to fade. Black spots danced before my eyes, and my lungs burned for air. I was going to die here, in this dark, forgotten corner of the forest, at the hands of my old friend, turned into something monstrous, something inhuman. And as darkness closed in, I realized a terrifying truth. This wasn't the end. This was just the beginning. Let me tell you, being a park ranger at Theodore Roosevelt National Park is something else. I mean, it's not all bears and beers, but it's pretty damn close. The quiet, the wide open spaces, seeing the wildlife up close, it's kinda magical. And knowing I'm helping people experience this amazing place, that's the best part. But let's be real, it's not always postcard perfect. This park, especially when the tourist season winds down, can get downright creepy. Ever been somewhere so big and so silent it feels like the whole world is holding its breath? That's what it's like here sometimes. It gets in your head, makes you feel real small. And that's why we're always on about staying on the marked trails. It's not just some rule we made up to be killjoys. It's about safety, pure and simple. I remember this one time, a couple years back, one of the other rangers told me about this hiker who went off trail, thought he knew better than the maps. Never found him. Vanished without a trace. Spooky as hell, right? Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is, there's something about this place, something you can't quite put your finger on. Something that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up when you're out there alone. And lately, I've got this feeling like I'm about to find out exactly what that something is. The next morning started off like any other. Woke up to the smell of coffee and the sound of birds chirping, nature's alarm clock, I guess. Had a quick breakfast, checked my gear, and headed out for the day. You know, the usual ranger stuff, patrolling trails, making sure no one's setting up camp where they shouldn't be, answering questions from visitors. It was a pretty chill day, actually. Helped a couple of families find the best picnic spot, gave some advice on hiking trails, even saw a herd of bison grazing in the distance. It's days like these that remind me why I love this job. But then, around noon, things took a turn. I got a call on my radio. It was the park dispatcher, and she sounded worried. "Ranger," she said, "we've got a possible situation on the Forgotten Trail. Reports of a missing hiker. Please respond." The Forgotten Trail. Man, even the name gives me the creeps. It's this old, barely used path, known for being pretty rough and not well marked. Not exactly a walk in the park, if you know what I mean. And now someone was missing on it. Fantastic. I grabbed my backpack, threw in some extra supplies, and headed out. The sun was already starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trail. As I got deeper into the woods, a sense of unease started to creep in. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. And whatever that something was, it didn't feel good. The further I went, the worse the feeling got. It was like eyes were on me, watching my every move. Every time a twig snapped or a leaf rustled, I felt a jolt of fear run through me. I couldn't shake this feeling that I was walking into something bad, something I might not be able to walk out of. The trail was getting real tough to follow. Overgrown, barely visible in the fading light. I was starting to think this whole thing was a wild goose chase. Maybe the hiker just got turned around and found their way back. Wishful thinking, I guess. Then I spotted something up ahead. A backpack, lying by the side of the trail. It was a beat-up old thing, with faded patches and frayed straps. Definitely looked like it belonged to an experienced hiker. My heart sank. This wasn't good. I cautiously approached the backpack, scanning the area for any sign of the hiker. Nothing. Just the backpack, sitting there like it had been dropped in a hurry. I knelt down and carefully opened it, hoping to find some ID or a clue as to what happened. Inside, there was the usual stuff: a water bottle, some granola bars, a first aid kit. But there was also something weird. A small, leather-bound journal, tucked away in a side pocket. I pulled it out and flipped it open. The pages were filled with strange symbols and diagrams, things I'd never seen before. It looked like some kind of ancient language, or maybe just someone doodling. Either way, it gave me the creeps. I was about to close the journal when I heard it. A sound coming from deeper in the woods. It was a low, guttural growl, like something out of a horror movie. It sent chills down my spine. I quickly stuffed the journal back in the backpack and stood up, my senses on high alert. The growling sound came again, closer this time. It was accompanied by another sound, a rhythmic thumping, like something heavy was walking towards me. My heart pounded in my chest. I was definitely not alone out here. Whatever was making those sounds, it wasn't human. And it was getting closer. I knew I couldn't just stand there like a sitting duck. I had to get out of there, find a place to hide, maybe try to call for backup. But my legs felt like jelly, and my brain was screaming at me to just run, run, run. I took off, scrambling through the undergrowth, the growling and thumping getting closer. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't stop. I had to get away from that thing, whatever it was. As I ran, I noticed something strange. The trees around me were different. They were gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air grew thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. It felt like I was running in a nightmare. Then, through the trees, I saw it. A small cabin nestled in a clearing. It looked old, abandoned, but there was a faint light flickering in one of the windows. Could someone be in there? Was it a trap? I didn't have time to think. The growling was right behind me now, closer than ever. I had to take a chance. I sprinted towards the cabin, my lungs burning, my heart pounding like a drum. I reached the cabin door and threw it open, stumbling inside. The door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing through the empty room. I leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, my whole body trembling. I was safe. For now. The cabin was small, just one room, with rough-hewn wooden walls and a dirt floor. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the grimy windows. It smelled musty, like cold wood and damp earth. Definitely not the kind of place you'd want to spend the night. But I didn't have much choice. I needed to catch my breath, figure out what the hell was going on, and maybe find a way to contact someone. My radio was probably useless this far out, but maybe there was a landline, or at least some sign of civilization. I cautiously explored the cabin, my footsteps echoing in the silence. There was a rickety old table in the center of the room, a couple of chairs, a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. In the corner, I spotted a cot covered with a faded blanket. It looked surprisingly inviting. On the table, There was a lamp, an oil lamp, of all things. I fumbled with the flint and wick, and after a few tries, managed to get it lit. The flickering flame cast dancing shadows on the walls, making the cabin seem even more eerie. Then I saw it. A book, lying on the table next to the lamp. It was old, bound in leather, with strange symbols embossed on the cover. The same symbols I'd seen in the journal. I picked it up, my heart pounding. What was this place? I opened the book, and the pages practically crumbled in my hands. The text was handwritten in a language I didn't recognize. But even though I couldn't read the words, I could feel the power emanating from them. It was like the book was alive. I flipped through the pages, and a chill ran down my spine. There were drawings, crude but disturbing, of creatures that looked like something out of a nightmare. Twisted, monstrous things with sharp claws and glowing eyes. And beneath each drawing, there were those symbols again, like some kind of ancient curse. I slammed the book shut, my hands shaking. This was too much. I needed to get out of there, now. But as I turned to go, I heard a sound from outside. A low growl, closer than ever. It was followed by a heavy thud, like something large had landed on the roof. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Whatever was out there, it had found me. I was trapped. The creature, whatever it was right outside. I could hear it moving around on the roof, its claws scraping against the shingles. The sound sent shivers down my spine. I had to think fast. There was no way I could fight that thing, whatever it was. My only hope was to hide, to find a place where it couldn't reach me. My eyes darted around the cabin, searching for a hiding spot. There was a small cupboard in the corner, but it was barely big enough to hold a person. Under the cot? No, too exposed. The fireplace? Too obvious. Then I saw it. A trapdoor in the floor, hidden beneath a rug. I quickly pulled the rug aside and threw open the trapdoor. It led to a small, dark cellar. It wasn't much, but it was my only option. I scrambled down the ladder into the cellar, pulling the trapdoor shut behind me. The darkness was absolute, the air thick and musty. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. The creature was still on the roof, its movements growing more frantic. I could hear it snarling and growling, its claws tearing at the wood. It sounded like it was trying to rip the roof off. Then, with a deafening crash, the creature broke through the roof. I heard it land on the floor of the cabin above me, its heavy footsteps shaking the entire structure. I held my breath, praying that it wouldn't find the trapdoor. But then I heard it. A low growl right above my head. The creature was sniffing the air, trying to pick up my scent. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But then, to my surprise, the creature moved away. I could hear its footsteps retreating, moving towards the back of the cabin. What was it doing? Was it giving up? Or was it just toying with me, waiting for the right moment to strike? I didn't know. But I knew one thing, I wasn't safe yet. I held my breath, straining my ears to hear any sound from above. The cabin was eerily silent. Had the creature left? Or was it just waiting for me to make a move? After what felt like an eternity, I decided to risk a peek. I slowly pushed the trapdoor open a crack and peered into the cabin. The sight that greeted me made my blood run cold. The creature was standing in the middle of the room, its back to me. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and long, powerful limbs. Its skin was dark, almost black, and covered in coarse hair. It looked like a bear, but wrong. Twisted, somehow. The creature was holding the book, the one I had found on the table. It was turning the pages slowly, its long, clawed fingers tracing the strange symbols. I could hear it muttering to itself in a low, guttural language, the sound sending shivers down my spine. Suddenly, the creature stopped turning the pages. It let out a low growl, and its head snapped up. It was looking directly at the trapdoor. I ducked back down into the cellar, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature knew I was there. It could sense me. I heard it moving towards the trapdoor, its footsteps heavy and deliberate. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the cold stone wall. There was nowhere to hide. The trapdoor creaked open, and a shaft of light pierced the darkness. The creature's head appeared in the opening, its eyes glowing red in the dim light. It let out a terrifying roar, the sound echoing through the cellar. I closed my eyes, bracing for the attack. But it never came. Instead, I heard the creature moving away from the trapdoor. It was going back upstairs. Why? What was it doing? I didn't know. But I knew one thing. I had to get out of there. This was my chance. With the creature seemingly distracted by whatever the hell it was doing upstairs, I had a slim window to make a run for it. I knew it was risky, but staying put was a death sentence. I slowly pushed the trapdoor open again, this time making sure to do it as quietly as possible. The cabin was still silent. Taking a deep breath, I climbed out of the cellar and crept towards the front door. Every step I took felt like an eternity, my ears straining for any sound of the creature. But there was nothing. Just the creaking of the old cabin and the pounding of my own heart. I reached the door and slowly turned the handle. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the silent cabin. I froze, expecting the creature to come charging down the stairs. But still nothing. I pulled the door open a crack and peered outside. The forest was dark, the only light coming from the moon hanging high in the sky. I could hear the distant sound of owls hooting and crickets chirping, but otherwise, it was eerily quiet. Taking another deep breath, I slipped out of the cabin and into the night. I didn't look back. I just ran. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, stumbling over roots and rocks, the branches whipping in my face. The fear of the creature was like a fire in my blood, pushing me forward. But I wasn't fast enough. I heard a roar behind me, the sound shaking the ground beneath my feet. The creature was coming. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw it emerging from the trees, its eyes glowing like burning coals. It was gaining on me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. but it was no use. The creature was too fast. Just as I thought it was about to catch me, I tripped and fell, sprawling onto the ground. I tried to get up, but my ankle twisted beneath me, sending a sharp pain shooting up my leg. I was done for. Panic flooded through me. I was completely helpless, lying there with a throbbing ankle, the creature bearing down on me. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, but there was nowhere to go. Then I spotted it. A small cave, partially hidden by a thicket of bushes. It was a long shot, but it was my only hope. I scrambled towards the cave, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle. I crawled inside, the damp earth cold against my skin. The cave was narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. I wriggled deeper, hoping the creature wouldn't be able to follow. The darkness inside the cave was absolute, the silence broken only by my own ragged breathing. I could hear the creature moving around outside, its heavy footsteps crunching on the leaves. It was close. Too close. I held my breath, praying that it wouldn't find me. But then I heard it. A low growl right outside the cave entrance. The creature was sniffing the air, trying to pick up my scent. I squeezed my eyes shut, my body trembling with fear. I could hear its heavy breathing, feel its hot breath on my face. It was right there, inches away. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature moved away. I could hear its footsteps retreating, fading into the distance. What was happening? Why hadn't it attacked? I didn't know. But I wasn't about to question my luck. I stayed hidden in the cave, not daring to move a muscle. The silence stretched on, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. I waited, my fears slowly giving way to exhaustion. How long had I been in there? Hours? Days? I had no idea. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. Finally, unable to bear the suspense any longer, I decided to risk a peek. I slowly crawled towards the cave entrance, my heart pounding in my chest. I peered out cautiously, scanning the surrounding woods. There was no sign of the creature. Had it really gone? Or was it just waiting for me to come out, lurking somewhere in the shadows? I didn't know. But I knew one thing. I couldn't stay in that cave forever. I emerged from the cave, blinking in the pale moonlight. The forest was silent, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. But the silence was deceptive. It felt heavy, oppressive, like the woods were holding their breath. I limped towards the trail, my injured ankle throbbing with every step. I had to get back to the ranger station, report what I had seen. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. Every rustle of leaves sent a shiver down my spine. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see the creature emerge from the trees, its glowing eyes fixed on me. But there was nothing. Just the endless expanse of the forest, stretching out in every direction. As I reached the main trail, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a roar, a deep, guttural roar that echoed through the entire park. It was the creature. It was closer than ever. I broke into a run, ignoring the pain in my ankle. I had to get out of there, had to reach safety. But the roar came again, closer this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps pounding the earth. I glanced back and saw it. The creature was emerging from the trees, its silhouette dark against the moonlit sky. It was running towards me, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. I screamed and stumbled, falling to the ground. The creature was upon me, its massive form looming over me. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it never came. I opened my eyes slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature was gone. There was no sign of it anywhere. I slowly got to my feet, my body trembling with fear and exhaustion. I looked around, but the forest was silent. The only sound was the wind whispering through the trees. What had happened? Where had the creature gone? I didn't know. But I knew one thing. I was never going back to that trail again. It all started with a text from Mark. Dude, camping trip next weekend. You in? I stared at my phone, the message glowing back at me. Camping. Now, I'm not exactly the outdoorsy type. Give me a comfy bed, a good Wi-Fi connection, and a horror movie marathon any day. But Mark, well, he's been my best friend since we were kids, and he's got this way of getting me to do things outside my comfort zone. Or are we even talking? I shot back, already knowing I was probably going to say yes. Black Ridge Forest, he replied almost instantly. My stomach did a little flip. Black Ridge. I'd heard stories about that place, local legends, whispers of disappearances, and strange occurrences. Nothing concrete, just the kind of stuff that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up when you're sitting around a campfire. Dude, seriously? That place is supposed to be creepy as hell, I typed, trying to sound hesitant, but a part of me, the part that always craved a little thrill, was already intrigued. Exactly. It'll be an adventure. Mark's reply came with a string of laughing emojis. Come on, don't be a wimp. We haven't done anything like this in ages. He was right. Life had been all work and routine lately. Maybe a weekend away, even if it was in a potentially haunted forest, was exactly what I needed. Fine, I typed back, but if I get possessed by some backwoods demon, you're paying for the exorcism. Deal, he replied. And with that, our fate was sealed. How's that for a start? It sets the scene, introduces the main character, you, and establishes the relationship with Mark. It also hints at the creepy reputation of Black Ridge Forest, creating some initial suspense. The drive to Black Ridge was, to put it mildly, a pain in the ass. We piled into Mark's beat-up Jeep, the kind that looked like it had survived a zombie apocalypse or two, and hit the road. Besides me and Mark, there was Emily, his girlfriend, all sunshine and smiles, and Ben, the quiet one who always seemed to be observing everything with those intense, dark eyes of his. The first couple of hours were actually pretty fun. We blasted music, cracked jokes, and argued about the best slasher movies of all time. Obviously, Scream was my pick. But as we got deeper into the countryside, the scenery started to change. The cheerful green fields gave way to dense, dark woods, the kind that looked like they could swallow you whole. The sunlight filtering through the trees took on an eerie, almost sinister quality. Even the conversation in the car died down. Emily was fiddling with her phone, probably losing service the further we got from civilization. Ben was staring out the window, his expression unreadable. And Mark, usually the life of the party, seemed preoccupied, his brow furrowed as he focused on the winding road ahead. I tried to shake off the creeping sense of unease. "Hey, anyone got any good ghost stories to share? You know, to get us in the mood for our spooky camping adventure?" I said, trying to sound lighthearted. But my voice came out a little shaky, even to my own ears. No one really took the bait. Emily gave me a weak smile, Ben just grunted, and Mark muttered something about needing to concentrate on the road. The rest of the drive was pretty much silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the creaking of the Jeep as it bumped along the increasingly rough terrain. By the time we finally reached the trailhead leading to our campsite, the sun was already beginning to set, casting long, ominous shadows across the forest floor. As we unloaded our gear, a shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something unseen was lurking just beyond the trees, observing our every move. This place was definitely living up to its creepy reputation. Setting up camp in the fading light was more of a hassle than I anticipated. Our tents, cheap ones we grabbed from Walmart, seemed determined to fight us every step of the way. Poles snapped together with angry thwacks, and tent pegs bent like cheap plastic forks under the pressure of our clumsy hammering. By the time we finally got everything sorted, darkness had settled over the forest, thick and heavy like a blanket. Mark, ever the Eagle Scout, somehow managed to get a fire going, the flames licking at the logs with a satisfying crackle. We huddled around it, the flickering light casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, making them seem like monstrous figures lurking just beyond the circle of our firelight. Emily, bless her soul, had actually packed marshmallows. "S'mores, guys." "Who's in?" she chirped, her voice a little too bright in the oppressive darkness. I have to admit, the gooey sweetness was a welcome distraction. We roasted marshmallows, told stories, and even managed a few laughs, the tension from the drive slowly easing. But there was still this underlying sense of unease, a prickling at the back of my neck that I couldn't quite shake off. As the night wore on, the stories got spookier. Mark, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, recounted local legends about Black Ridge, tales of lost hikers, ghostly apparitions, and even some weird creature sightings. I tried to laugh it off, but I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Then, we heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, echoing through the trees. We all froze, our laughter dying in our throats. "What was that?" Emily whispered, her eyes white with fear. "Probably just an animal," Mark said, his voice a little too casual. "Maybe a bear or something." But even as he said it, I could see the doubt in his eyes. We all knew that whatever made that sound, it wasn't any animal I'd ever heard before. The rest of the night was tense. We kept the fire burning high, casting nervous glances into the darkness beyond the flickering flames. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent shivers down our spines. Sleep was impossible. I lay in my tent, staring up at the thin nylon ceiling, every creak and groan of the forest amplified in the silence. I felt a growing sense of dread, a certainty that something was out there, watching us, waiting for its moment to strike. Dawn broke over Black Ridge, painting the sky in shades of gray and purple. I crawled out of my tent, feeling like I hadn't slept a wink. My body ached, my head throbbed, and my nerves were still frayed from the unsettling night. But as the sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow on the forest floor, some of the fear from the night before started to dissipate. Maybe we were just being paranoid. Maybe that growl was just a bear, like Mark said. Maybe this whole haunted forest thing was just a bunch of local folklore. "Morning, sleepyhead," Emily chirped, her voice bright and cheerful. She was already up, boiling water over a small camp stove. "Coffee?" I gratefully accepted a mug, the hot liquid a welcome jolt to my weary system. Mark and Ben were nowhere to be seen. "Where are the guys?" I asked, taking a sip of the surprisingly decent coffee. "Ben went for a walk," Emily replied, pointing towards a trail leading deeper into the woods. "Said something about needing to clear his head. And Mark went too, well, you know." She gestured vaguely towards the trees. I nodded, understanding. Nature called, even in a potentially haunted forest. We ate a quick breakfast of granola bars and fruit, making small talk about nothing in particular. But as the minutes ticked by and Ben still hadn't returned, a knot of worry began to form in my stomach. Shouldn't he be back by now? I asked, glancing nervously at the trailhead. Emily shrugged. "He's probably just enjoying the peace and quiet. You know how Ben is." But even as she said it, I could see the concern in her eyes. We decided to give him a little more time, but when another hour passed with no sign of him, we started to get really worried. "Okay, this isn't like him," Emily said, her voice tight with anxiety. "We need to go find him." We set off down the trail, calling out Ben's name, our voices echoing through the silent trees. But there was no answer. The further we walked, the denser the forest became, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves. The air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding, and the cheerful morning light seemed to dim, as if the forest itself was closing in around us. We stumbled upon Ben's backpack lying abandoned on the trail, its contents spilled out onto the ground. My heart sank. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. My stomach churned with a sickening dread as I knelt beside Ben's backpack. His things were scattered around, a crumpled map, a half-eaten bag of trail mix, a water bottle rolling slowly down the path. But no Ben. Ben! I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. "Ben, where are you?" Only the rustling of leaves and the distant cawing of a crow answered me. Emily was pale, her eyes wide with panic. "We have to find him," she whispered, her voice trembling. "He could be hurt." We pushed on, following the trail deeper into the woods. The air grew colder, the sunlight barely filtering through the dense canopy of trees. An unnatural silence hung over the forest, broken only by the sound of our own ragged breathing and the crunching of leaves beneath our feet. Then I saw it. A flash of red through the trees. My heart pounded in my chest as I pushed through the undergrowth, Emily close behind. And there he was. Ben. He was lying on the forest floor, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the sky. His clothes were torn, his skin scratched and bloody. But it was the wound on his chest that made my blood run cold. A gaping hole, ragged and deep, as if something had clawed its way through his ribs. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. Emily screamed, a high-pitched, desperate sound that echoed through the trees. I wanted to scream too, to vomit, to run away, but my legs felt like lead, my body frozen in place by the sheer horror of what I was seeing. Ben was dead. Brutally murdered. And whatever did this to him was still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching us. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. We weren't alone in this forest. We were being hunted. The sight of Ben's lifeless body sent a wave of terror washing over me. I stumbled back, my legs shaking, my stomach churning. Emily was sobbing uncontrollably, her cries echoing through the silent forest. "We have to get out of here," I choked out, my voice hoarse with fear. "Now!" We scrambled back down the trail, our eyes darting from shadow to shadow, every rustle of leaves sending our hearts racing. We didn't know what we were running from, but we knew we had to get away. We burst out of the woods and into the clearing where we'd left the jeep. Mark was sitting on the hood, his head in his hands. He looked up as we approached, his face etched with worry. "Where's Ben?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Emily just shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Mark's eyes widened in horror as he realized what had happened. "We have to go," I said, fumbling with the keys. "We have to go now." I jumped into the driver's seat and turned the key in the ignition. Nothing. I tried again. Still nothing. The engine sputtered and coughed, but refused to start. "What the hell?" I muttered, slamming my fist on the steering wheel. "Try it again," Mark yelled, his voice laced with panic. I tried again and again, but the jeep remained stubbornly silent. A cold dread washed over me. We were stranded. We were trapped in this godforsaken forest, with whatever killed Ben out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for us to make a mistake. The sun was already beginning to set, casting long, ominous shadows across the clearing. The air grew colder, the silence broken only by Emily's sobs and the frantic beating of our own hearts. We were sitting ducks. Panic turned to cold, hard fear as darkness enveloped the clearing. The jeep was useless, a dead weight in the deepening gloom. We were stranded, vulnerable, with something out there that had already ripped Ben apart. What do we do? Emily's voice was a shaky whisper, her eyes wide with terror. Mark, always the one to take charge, even when he was scared shitless, pointed towards the tree line. There's a ranger station a few miles from here. We have to try and make it there on foot. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was our only hope. We grabbed our backpacks, the weight of them strangely comforting in the face of the unknown, and plunged back into the woods. The forest was a labyrinth of shadows, the moonlight filtering through the trees casting eerie patterns on the forest floor. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent our hearts racing. We stumbled through the undergrowth, our breaths coming in ragged gasps, our eyes darting from shadow to shadow. We hadn't been walking long when we heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, echoing through the trees. The same sound we'd heard the night before. But this time, it was closer. Much closer. We froze, our blood turning to ice. We listened, straining our ears for any sign of movement. But the forest was silent. Then, we saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing like embers in the darkness, watching us from the shadows. We didn't wait to see what it was. We turned and ran, our backpacks bouncing against our backs, our lungs burning. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. We didn't care. We just had to get away. The growling grew louder, closer. We could hear the creature crashing through the trees behind us, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth. It was gaining on us. We burst out of the woods and into a small clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its windows boarded up, its door hanging by a single hinge. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. We scrambled inside, slamming the door shut behind us. We leaned against the rough wood, our chests heaving, our hearts pounding. We were safe. For now. The cabin was a wreck. Dust lay thick on every surface, cobwebs hung like macabre decorations from the rafters, and the air was heavy with the smell of damp wood and decay. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the boarded-up windows, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. We huddled together in the center of the cabin, our backs pressed against the wall, our eyes darting nervously towards the door. We could hear the creature moving around outside, its heavy footsteps circling the cabin. It was like something out of a nightmare. "What is that thing?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. I shook my head. "I don't know. But it's not human." Mark was frantically searching the room, looking for something, anything, that we could use to defend ourselves. He found a rusty axe head leaning against the wall, but the handle was long gone. "Damn it," he cursed, throwing the axe head to the floor in frustration. We were trapped, like rats in a cage. The creature was just outside, waiting for us to make a mistake. We could hear it scratching at the door, its claws scraping against the wood. Suddenly, the door burst open. We screamed, scrambling back against the wall, our eyes wide with terror. But there was nothing there. Just the darkness and the sound of the creature's heavy breathing. Then, we saw it. A single, glowing eye, peering at us from the darkness outside. It was like a burning coal, filled with malice and hunger. The creature stepped into the cabin. It was tall and gaunt, its skin stretched taut over its bones. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in sharp claws. Its head was elongated, with a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. We cowered in fear as the creature advanced on us, its eyes fixed on us with a predatory gleam. We were helpless, trapped, with nowhere to run. This was it. This was the end. The creature lunged. Emily screamed, a high-pitched, desperate sound that echoed through the decrepit cabin. I threw myself in front of her, my arms outstretched, ready to shield her with my own body. But the creature didn't attack me. It moved with an unnatural speed, its claws flashing out, catching Mark across the chest. He cried out in pain, stumbling backwards, his hands clutching at the deep wounds. Blood gushed from his chest, staining his shirt crimson. He collapsed to the floor, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Emily screamed again, rushing to his side, trying to stem the flow of blood with her hands. The creature loomed over Mark, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I knew what was coming. It was going to tear Mark apart. A surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. I couldn't just stand there and watch my friend die. I had to do something. I grabbed a rusty axe head from the floor, my hand closing around the cold metal. It was a pathetic weapon, but it was all I had. I lunged at the creature, swinging the axe head with all my might. It struck the creature in the side, drawing a hiss of pain. The creature turned its attention to me, its eyes blazing with fury. I knew I couldn't win. I was no match for this thing. But I had to buy Emily some time. She had to escape. I charged at the creature again, swinging the axe head wildly. The creature swatted me aside like a fly, sending me crashing to the floor. I felt a sharp pain in my ribs, and I knew I was hurt. Badly hurt. But I couldn't give up. I had to keep fighting. I scrambled to my feet, my vision blurring, my body screaming in pain. The creature advanced on me, its claws outstretched. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. But the end didn't come. Instead, I heard Emily scream. I opened my eyes and saw her standing over Mark's body, her hands covered in blood. She had picked up the axe head and driven it into the creature's back. The creature roared in pain, its body convulsing. It stumbled backwards, its claws tearing at the air. Then, it collapsed to the floor, its body still. It was dead. The silence in the cabin was deafening. Emily stood frozen, her hands still clutching the axe head, her eyes fixed on the creature's lifeless body. I lay on the floor, my body aching, my mind reeling from the horrors I had witnessed. We had survived. But at what cost? Mark was dead. My best friend, gone. And it was my fault. If I hadn't agreed to this stupid camping trip, none of this would have happened. Emily finally snapped out of her trance. She dropped the axe head and rushed to my side, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice trembling. I managed a weak nod. "I think so. Just a few broken ribs." We helped each other to our feet, our bodies shaking with exhaustion and grief. We stumbled out of the cabin, leaving behind the carnage and the darkness. The sun was rising, casting a pale light over the forest. We walked in silence, our minds filled with the horrors we had endured. We reached the clearing where we had left the jeep. To our surprise, it started right up. We didn't question it. We just wanted to get out of that cursed forest. We drove in silence, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the occasional sob from Emily. I couldn't look at her. I couldn't bear to see the pain in her eyes. We finally reached the highway and headed back towards civilization. As we drove, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the creature following us. But there was nothing there. Just the empty road stretching out behind us. We made it back to town and went our separate ways. Emily went to stay with her parents. I went home to my empty apartment. I haven't been able to sleep since. Every time I close my eyes, I see Ben's lifeless body, Mark's blood staining the cabin floor, the creature's glowing eyes. I will never go camping again. Okay, so it was supposed to be a simple hiking trip, right? Just a weekend getaway to clear our heads and get some fresh air. Me and my buddies, Mark, Ben, and Chris, we've been planning this thing for weeks. We found this trail online, the Devil's Path, or something like that. It was supposed to be challenging, but we were all in decent shape and figured we could handle it. Mark, he's the adrenaline junkie of the group. Always pushing the limits, you know? He was the one who found the trail in the first place. Ben, he's more laid back, but he's always up for an adventure. And Chris, he's the cautious one, always thinking things through. Me? I guess I'm somewhere in the middle. I like a good thrill, but I also like to know what I'm getting myself into. We did some research on the trail, read some reviews, checked out the maps. It was supposed to be tough, with lots of elevation changes and rocky terrain. But nothing we couldn't handle, right? We packed our gear, made sure we had plenty of water and snacks, and even downloaded a map on our phones, just in case. There were some stories online about the trail being haunted or cursed or whatever. Some local legend about a group of hikers who disappeared years ago and were never found. But we just laughed it off. We didn't believe in that stuff. We were just four guys, looking for a good time in the great outdoors. We set off early Saturday morning, the sun just starting to peek over the horizon. The air was crisp and cool, the leaves were starting to change color, and there was that smell of pine needles and damp earth that always gets me excited for a hike. We were all pumped, ready to conquer this trail and have some stories to tell. As we pulled into the trailhead parking lot, there was only one other car there. It was an old, beat-up pickup truck with rust spots and a cracked windshield. It looked like it had been there a while. We didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, it was the first sign that something wasn't right. The trailhead was pretty standard, you know? A little wooden sign with the name of the trail and a map posted on it. We checked it out, made sure we had the route memorized, and then we were off. The beginning of the trail was pretty easy, a nice white path winding through the trees. The sun was shining through the leaves, dappling the ground with light. It was actually pretty peaceful. We were all joking around, talking about stupid stuff, you know, just catching up. Mark was, as usual, full of energy, practically bouncing off the trees. Ben was more chill, taking in the scenery. Chris was lagging behind a bit, probably making sure we weren't missing any trail markers. After about an hour, the trail started to get a bit steeper. We had to climb over some rocks and roots, and the path narrowed a bit. But it was still manageable. We were starting to sweat a bit, but the air was cool and crisp, so it wasn't too bad. I remember there was this one spot where the trail opened up to this amazing view. We could see for miles, the mountains rising up in the distance, all covered in trees. It was breathtaking. We stopped there for a few minutes, just taking it all in. As we continued on, the trail got even tougher. There were some sections where we had to scramble up rocks, using our hands to pull ourselves up. The trees were getting thicker, blocking out most of the sunlight. It was starting to feel a bit more isolated. And then we heard it. This weird sound, like a whimpering. It was faint at first, but it kept getting louder. It sounded like an animal, but we couldn't tell what kind. It was definitely something in distress. We stopped for a second, listening. The whimpering was coming from somewhere up ahead. We exchanged glances, a bit uneasy. Mark, of course, was all for going to check it out. Chris was hesitant, but Ben and I were kind of curious too. So we kept going, following the sound. The trail started to descend now, winding down into a narrow ravine. The whimpering was getting louder and louder, and it was starting to sound human. We rounded a bend in the trail, and that's when we saw it. At the bottom of the ravine, nestled amongst the rocks and twisted trees, was a small clearing. And in the center of that clearing was a sight that made my blood run cold. It was a deer, or at least, what was left of one. It was sprawled on the ground, its limbs contorted at unnatural angles, its fur matted with blood. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was its eyes. They were wide open, staring blankly up at the sky, filled with a terror that even death couldn't erase. We all just froze, staring at the gruesome scene in horror. The whimpering had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press down on us. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my breath catching in my throat. Mark was the first to speak, his voice a hushed whisper. What the hell happened to it? None of us had an answer. We'd seen dead animals before, roadkill and the like, but this was different. This was violent. It was like something had ripped the poor creature apart. Chris, his face pale, took a step back. I don't like this, guys. We should go back. Ben nodded in agreement. Yeah, this is freaking me out. But Mark, ever the daredevil, was intrigued. Hold on, there's something weird about this. Look at the tracks. He pointed to the ground around the deer. There were a series of strange prints in the soft earth, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They weren't hooves, and they weren't paws. They were more like handprints, but huge and with long, claw-like marks. I felt a shiver run down my spine. What kind of animal makes tracks like that? Mark shrugged. No idea. But it's definitely something big. He took another step closer to the deer, crouching down to examine it more closely. I wanted to tell him to stop, that it was a bad idea, but I couldn't find my voice. Suddenly, Mark let out a gasp. Holy shit, guys, look. He pointed to a spot on the deer's neck where the fur had been ripped away. There was a series of deep, puncture wounds, almost like bite marks. But they were too large, too deep, to be from any animal I knew. A wave of nausea washed over me. I couldn't take it anymore. Mark, come on, let's just get out of here. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. This is getting creepy. We turned to leave, but as we did, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. There was a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows. It was tall and slender, with long, thin limbs. Its head was obscured by the darkness, but I could make out a pair of glowing eyes, watching us intently. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, observing us with an unnerving stillness. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. Vanished into the shadows, leaving us alone with the dead deer and our growing fear. We didn't say a word. We just ran. We scrambled back up the ravine, our hearts pounding, our breaths ragged. We didn't stop until we reached the top, the sunlight filtering through the trees a welcome relief. We stood there for a moment, catching our breath, trying to process what we had just seen. What was that thing? Ben finally asked, his voice trembling. None of us could answer. We didn't know. But one thing was certain, we were no longer alone in the woods. We stumbled and fell, scrambling to our feet, our lungs burning, our legs screaming for rest. But we couldn't stop. We couldn't let it catch us. Then, Chris cried out. He tripped over a root, his ankle twisting beneath him. He lay on the ground, clutching his leg in pain. Chris! I shouted, running back towards him. Leave him! Mark yelled. We have to keep going. But I couldn't just leave him there. I knelt down beside Chris, trying to help him up. Go, he gasped, his face contorted in agony. I'll slow you down. But I wasn't leaving him. I hoisted him onto my back, his arms slung around my neck. He was heavier than I expected, and his weight slowed me down considerably. The figure was closing in, its glowing eyes fixed on us, its long limbs reaching out like a predator about to strike. I gritted my teeth and pushed forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I had to get Chris out of there. I had to get us both out of there. We stumbled through the trees, the figure gaining on us with every step. I could feel its hot breath on my neck, its claws grazing my back. Then, just as I thought it was going to catch us, we burst out of the undergrowth and into a clearing. In the center of the clearing was an old, abandoned cabin, its windows boarded up, its door hanging open like a gaping maw. It was our only chance. I lunged towards the cabin, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I stumbled through the doorway, collapsing onto the dusty floor, Chris falling beside me. We scrambled to our feet, slamming the door shut behind us. We could hear the figure outside, its claws scraping against the wood, its enraged growls echoing through the cabin. We were trapped. The cabin was dark and dusty, the air thick with the smell of decay. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the boarded-up windows, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. We could hear the creature pacing outside, its claws scraping against the walls, its frustrated growls sending shivers down our spines. Chris was groaning in pain, his ankle clearly broken. I tore off a strip of my shirt and used it to fashion a makeshift bandage, trying to stabilize his injury. He winced as I tightened the cloth, but he managed a weak smile. "Thanks, man," he whispered. "Don't mention it," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "We'll get out of this." But even as I said the words, I felt a gnawing sense of doubt. We were trapped in a dilapidated cabin, in the middle of nowhere, with a terrifying creature lurking outside. Our chances of survival seemed slim. We took a moment to survey our surroundings. The cabin was a single room, with a rickety wooden table and a couple of chairs in the center. There was a fireplace at one end, filled with ashes and cobwebs, and a small, boarded-up window on the opposite wall. In the corner, I spotted a pile of old blankets and some rusty tools. I rummaged through them, hoping to find something, anything, that could help us. But there was nothing. Just a few useless scraps of metal and some rotting fabric. Suddenly, Mark let out a gasp. "Guys, look." He was pointing to the wall above the fireplace. There, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, was a series of strange symbols. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, a mix of crude drawings and cryptic letters. "What the hell is that?" Ben asked, his voice hushed. "I don't know," I replied, my heart pounding. "But it doesn't look good." We stared at the symbols, trying to make sense of them. They seemed ancient, primal, filled with a dark energy that made my skin crawl. As I examined them more closely, I noticed something familiar. One of the symbols looked like a crude drawing of the creature outside, its long limbs and glowing eyes unmistakable. A wave of dread washed over me. This cabin, this place, it was connected to the creature somehow. It was its lair, its hunting ground. We were not just trapped. We were prey. The creature's rage was terrifying. It raked its claws against the wooden walls, the sound like nails on a chalkboard amplified 100 times. The whole cabin shook, dust raining down from the rafters. I thought for sure the flimsy door wouldn't hold. Chris was whimpering, clutching his injured ankle. Ben was cowering in the corner, his eyes wide with terror. Mark, though, was strangely calm. He was staring at the bloody symbols above the fireplace, his brow furrowed in concentration. "What are you doing?" I hissed, my voice barely a whisper. "We need to find a way out of here." Mark held up a hand, silencing me. "I think I've seen these symbols before," he said, his voice low and intense. "In a book about ancient folklore." "Folklore?" I scoffed. "Now's not the time for bedtime stories, Mark." But he ignored me, his eyes still fixed on the symbols. "There's a legend," he continued, "about a creature that stalks these woods. A creature that preys on fear." "Great," I muttered. Just what we need. But there's a way to stop it, Mark said, his voice rising with excitement. The legend says it can be repelled by confronting it with its own reflection. Its reflection? I repeated, confused. What are you talking about? Mark pointed to a dusty, cracked mirror hanging on the wall beside the fireplace. It was old and tarnished, but it still reflected a dim image of the room. We need to lure it in front of the mirror, he said, his voice urgent. And then show it its own reflection. I stared at him, incredulous. Are you crazy? That thing will tear us apart. It's our only chance, Mark insisted. We have to try. He grabbed a piece of firewood from the pile beside the fireplace and crept towards the door. I hesitated for a moment, then followed him, my heart pounding in my chest. Mark carefully unlatched the door, then swung it open with a sudden jerk. The creature, caught off guard, stumbled back with a startled crawl. Mark seized the opportunity. He lunged forward, thrusting the firewood towards the creature's face. It roared in anger, swiping at the burning wood with its claws. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, holding the mirror in front of me. The creature's glowing eyes met its own reflection in the tarnished glass. For a moment, it seemed to freeze, its rage replaced by confusion. It stared at its own image, its growls turning into whimpers. Then, with a final, agonizing shriek, it vanished. The silence that followed was deafening. We stood there, panting, our bodies trembling with adrenaline, the only sound the creaking of the old cabin and the pounding of our hearts. Mark slumped against the wall, his face pale and drawn. It's gone, he whispered, his voice hoarse. Holy shit, Ben breathed, sinking to his knees. We actually did it. I looked at Chris, who was still lying on the floor, his face contorted in pain. We need to get out of here, I said, rushing to his side. Your ankle. I know, he gritted out. It's broken. We helped him up, supporting him between us. He leaned heavily on our shoulders, his face pale and clammy. We limped towards the door, every step sending jolts of pain through Chris's leg. As we stepped out of the cabin, the first rays of dawn were breaking over the horizon, casting a pale light on the surrounding woods. The air was still and cold, the only sound the chirping of birds. It was hard to believe that just moments ago, we had been fighting for our lives against a terrifying creature. We made our way slowly through the trees, following the direction we thought we had come from. The terrain was rough, and Chris was in a lot of pain, but we pressed on, driven by the desperate need to escape this place. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon a familiar landmark, the clearing with the deer carcass. The sight of it sent a fresh wave of fear through me, but we couldn't stop now. We had to keep moving. As we passed the clearing, I noticed something strange. The tracks that we had seen earlier, the huge handprints with the claw-like marks, they were gone. It was as if the creature had never been there at all. A shiver ran down my spine. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? No, I told myself. It was real. The pain in Chris's ankle, the scratches on our arms, the bloody symbols in the cabin, it was all too real. We continued on, our pace quickening as we sensed that we were nearing the edge of the woods. Finally, we emerged from the trees and onto the familiar path. We had made it. We emerged from the woods onto the trailhead, blinking in the sudden brightness of the morning sun. The parking lot was empty, the old pickup truck gone. It was as if the whole terrifying ordeal had been a figment of our imaginations. But the evidence was there, etched on our bodies and minds. Chris's swollen ankle, my torn clothes, the lingering fear in our eyes. We had survived something truly horrific, something beyond our comprehension. We stumbled towards the road, desperate to get as far away from that place as possible. A passing car stopped to pick us up, the driver a kind elderly woman who seemed unfazed by our disheveled appearance and frantic explanations. She drove us to the nearest town, where we checked into a motel and collapsed onto the beds, exhausted and traumatized. We didn't speak much, the events of the past few hours still too raw, too terrifying to process. As the day wore on, the reality of what we had experienced began to sink in. We had faced something unknown, something monstrous, something that defied explanation. We had looked into the abyss, and it had looked back at us. The questions lingered, unanswered. What was that creature? Where did it come from? Why had it targeted us? We had no answers, only the chilling certainty that we had been changed by our encounter. The carefree confidence we had once possessed was gone, replaced by a deep-seated fear, a knowledge that the world was not as safe and predictable as we had once believed. As night fell, we huddled together in the motel room, the silence broken only by the occasional whimper from Chris as he shifted his injured ankle. Sleep was impossible, our minds replaying the horrors of the night before. Suddenly, a loud banging on the door jolted us awake. We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. The banging continued, insistent, aggressive. I crept towards the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. "Who is it?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. There was no answer, only the relentless pounding. I took a deep breath and flung the door open. Standing in the dimly lit hallway was a figure, tall and slender, its face obscured by the shadows. But there was no mistaking those glowing eyes, filled with a malevolent hunger. The creature had found us. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched, its glowing eyes burning into mine. I stumbled back, slamming the door in its face. The flimsy lock rattled, the wood splintering under the force of its attack. "It's here!" I yelled, my voice raw with terror. "It's fucking here!" Mark and Ben scrambled to their feet, their faces pale with fear. Chris cried out in pain as he tried to move, his injured ankle throbbing. We were trapped, cornered like rats in a cage. The creature raved outside, its frustration growing with every passing second. We knew it was only a matter of time before it broke through the door. "We need a weapon," Mark shouted, his eyes darting around the room. But there was nothing. Just the rickety furniture and the useless tools we had found earlier. Suddenly, Ben let out a cry. "The window!" He rushed towards the small, boarded-up window at the back of the room. He grabbed a chair and smashed it against the wood, splintering the boards. "Help me," he yelled, tearing at the remaining wood. Mark and I rushed to his aid, ripping away the boards with our bare hands. The opening was small, barely large enough to fit through, but it was our only chance. "Chris, you go first," I shouted. Chris hesitated, his face contorted in pain. "I can't, my ankle." "We'll help you," Mark insisted. We hoisted Chris through the window, his cries of pain echoing in the small room. Then, Mark squeezed through the opening, followed by Ben. I was the last one left. I turned to look at the door, the creature's growls growing louder, closer. It was almost through. I took a deep breath and scrambled through the window, the splintered wood tearing at my skin. I landed on the other side, tumbling onto the hard ground. We ran, limping and stumbling through the darkness, the creature's enraged roars echoing behind us. We didn't stop until we reached the main road, the motel lights a distant beacon in the night. We flagged down a passing truck driver, who took us to the nearest hospital. Chris's ankle was set, and we were treated for our cuts and bruises. But the wounds that ran deeper, the wounds on our souls, those would take much longer to heal. We never went back to those woods. We never spoke of what we had seen, what we had experienced. The memory of that creature, of its glowing eyes and its insatiable hunger, haunted our dreams, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of our perception. We had survived, but we were forever changed. The world had lost its innocence, its sense of safety. We knew now that there were things out there, things that defied explanation, things that preyed on our deepest fears. And we knew that we would never be the same again. We never fully recovered from that night. Chris, despite physical therapy, walks with a limp, a constant reminder of the creature's attack. Ben became withdrawn, haunted by nightmares and panic attacks. Mark, the once fearless adventurer, is now plagued by a deep-seated paranoia, always looking over his shoulder, expecting the worst. And me? I'm different. The world feels off-kilter, the edges blurred. I see things in the shadows, hear whispers in the wind. I know, logically, that it's just my mind playing tricks on me, the trauma of that night still lingering. But there's a part of me, a deep, primal part, that believes the creature is still out there, watching, waiting. We tried to tell people what happened, but no one believed us. They dismissed our story as a hallucination, a product of exhaustion and fear. We were labeled as crazy, delusional. Even we started to doubt ourselves, questioning the reality of what we had experienced. But deep down, we knew the truth. We knew that we had encountered something monstrous, something that defied explanation. We had looked into the abyss, and it had changed us forever. We live with that knowledge every day. It's a weight on our shoulders, a shadow that follows us wherever we go. We try to move on, to rebuild our lives, but the fear remains, a constant reminder of the fragility of our existence. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls and the shadows dance, I swear I can hear it. A faint scratching at the window, a soft growl in the distance. It's a reminder that the creature is still out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for its next victims. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that it will find them. It always does. The worn leather of his hiking boots creaked in protest as John knelt, meticulously inspecting each lace, each eyelet. A seasoned hiker, he knew the wilderness held no sympathy for the unprepared. His backpack lay open beside him, a testament to his methodical nature. Every item, from the multi-tool nestled in its pouch to the first aid kit secured in a waterproof bag, had its designated place. John ran a callous thumb over the map spread out on his weathered table. The Black Ridge Trail, a serpentine path sneaking through a remote corner of the Appalachian Mountains, promised a challenging yet rewarding trek. He traced the route with his finger, memorizing landmarks, water sources, and elevation changes. This was no casual stroll in the park. This was a dance with nature, and John intended to lead. His gaze shifted to the array of gear laid out before him, a compass calibrated to the magnetic north, a high-powered flashlight with spare batteries, a fire starter kit tested for reliability, and a sturdy tent capable of withstanding the mountain's capricious weather. John believed in redundancy. Every essential item had a backup, a safety net against the unforeseen. He wasn't some thrill-seeking novice, courting danger for the adrenaline rush. John respected the wilderness, understood its power, and knew that survival hinged on preparation. This wasn't just a hike, it was a ritual, a meticulous dance of readiness, a shield against the unknown. And as he packed the last of his supplies, a flicker of unease danced at the edge of his thoughts, a whisper of doubt he couldn't quite silence. The Black Ridge Trail had a reputation, a history whispered in hushed tones among local hikers. Stories of disappearances, strange occurrences, and unsettling encounters. But John pushed those thoughts aside, his confidence anchored in his preparedness. He was ready for anything the mountain could throw at him, or so he believed. The trailhead loomed before him, a weathered signpost marking the entrance to the Black Ridge Trail. John hoisted his pack, the weight familiar and comforting. He took a deep breath, the crisp mountain air filling his lungs, a stark contrast to the stale city air he'd left behind. The forest stood silent, a wall of green and brown, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy in dappled patterns. The first few miles were uneventful, the trail well-maintained and clearly marked. John fell into a comfortable rhythm, his boots crunching on the packed earth, the only sound competing with the symphony of birdsong. He consulted his map periodically, confirming his progress, noting landmarks that aligned with his planned route. As the day wore on, the trail grew steeper, the terrain more rugged. John navigated rocky outcroppings and fallen logs, his confidence unwavering. He paused occasionally to hydrate, savoring the cold water from his canteen, his eyes scanning the surrounding woods, alert for any sign of wildlife. The sun began its descent, casting long shadows that stretched and distorted among the trees. John checked his watch, a frown creasing his brow. He was behind schedule, the challenging terrain slowing his progress more than anticipated. He pushed on, determined to reach his planned campsite before nightfall. But the trail seemed to mock his efforts, twisting and turning in ways that didn't align with his map. The once clear markers grew sparse, then vanished altogether. John stopped, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. He pulled out his compass, the needle spinning erratically, refusing to settle on a consistent direction. A sense of disorientation washed over him, the forest suddenly seeming to press in, the silence now heavy and oppressive. He was lost. With a sinking feeling, John acknowledged the reality of his situation. He was lost, the comforting familiarity of the trail replaced by an unsettling sense of isolation. The forest, once a backdrop to his adventure, now loomed as a menacing entity, its silence broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant cawing of crows. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a fleeting beauty that did little to ease his growing anxiety. He consulted his map again, the lines and symbols blurring in the fading light. It was useless. The trail had vanished, his planned route rendered obsolete. John knew the dangers of hiking at night, especially in unfamiliar terrain. He needed to find a suitable campsite, a place of relative safety where he could regroup and assess his options. He pushed through the undergrowth, his senses heightened, every snapped twig and rustling leaf sending a jolt of apprehension through him. He found a small clearing, a patch of level ground nestled among towering pines. It wasn't ideal, but it offered some protection from the elements and a semblance of visibility. John set about making camp, his movements efficient despite the tremor in his hands. He pitched his tent, the familiar routine offering a sense of normalcy in the encroaching darkness. He gathered fallen branches, his headlamp illuminating the forest floor, the beam casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on his eyes. He built a small fire, the flames licking at the dry wood, providing a beacon of warmth and light in the growing gloom. As darkness enveloped the forest, John settled into his tent, his unease growing with every passing moment. The sounds of the night seemed amplified, the chirping of crickets morphing into an unsettling chorus, the hooting of an owl echoing like a mournful cry. He tried to rationalize his fear, reminding himself that he was well equipped, that he had faced challenges before. But a primal instinct, a deep-seated unease, gnawed at his composure. He was not alone in this wilderness. He could feel it, a presence lurking just beyond the reach of his firelight, watching, waiting. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows that danced and writhed at the edge of the clearing. John huddled closer to the flames, their warmth offering little comfort against the growing chill that seeped from the forest depths. The silence was broken only by the crackling fire and the occasional hoot of an owl, each sound amplified in the oppressive darkness. He felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, a feeling of being watched. He scanned the perimeter of the clearing, his headlamp cutting through the darkness, but found nothing. Yet, the feeling persisted, a growing unease that settled deep in his gut. A rustle in the undergrowth sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. He swung the headlamp towards the sound, catching a fleeting glimpse of movement, a shadow flitting between the trees. He strained his eyes, trying to discern its shape, but it was gone, vanished into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. John tried to dismiss it as a trick of the light, a figment of his overactive imagination. But doubt lingered, a nagging suspicion that something was amiss. He added more wood to the fire, the flames leaping higher, pushing back the darkness, but doing little to dispel the growing sense of dread. The night wore on, each hour an eternity. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sent his heart pounding. He imagined eyes peering at him from the shadows, unseen creatures lurking just beyond the firelight. He thought he heard whispers carried on the wind, faint murmurs that seemed to slither into his ears, voices speaking in a language he didn't understand, yet somehow felt instinctively unsettling. He tried to block them out, but they persisted, weaving their way into his thoughts, fueling his growing paranoia. John felt a cold sweat clinging to his skin, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was no stranger to the wilderness, but this was different. This was a fear he had never known, a primal dread that whispered of unseen dangers, of ancient forces lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim him. Dawn broke, casting a pale light over the forest, but offering little solace to John's troubled mind. The night's terrors lingered, the whispers and shadows still fresh in his memory. He emerged from his tent, his body stiff and sore, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. He surveyed his surroundings, the clearing now seeming smaller, more confined. The trees loomed over him, their branches intertwined like grasping claws. The once inviting wilderness now felt like a prison, a labyrinth from which he could not escape. John knew he couldn't stay there. He had to find his way back to the trail, to civilization. He packed his gear, his movements mechanical, his mind numb with fear and exhaustion. He extinguished the fire, the last vestiges of warmth and light disappearing into the morning mist. He pulled out his cell phone, a desperate hope flickering in his chest. But the screen remained blank, the signal bars empty. He tried the emergency beacon, the device he had meticulously tested before the hike. It blinked feebly, the signal weakened intermittent, then died completely. John felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was cut off, isolated, alone in a wilderness that had turned hostile. He cursed his arrogance, his overconfidence. He had underestimated the mountain, its power to disorient, to confuse, to consume. He tried to retrace his steps, following the path he had taken the previous day, but the forest seemed to shift and change around him. Familiar landmarks vanished, replaced by unfamiliar terrain. He wandered aimlessly, his hope dwindling with each passing hour. The sun climbed higher, the heat beating down on him, his throat parched, his body aching. He rationed his water, knowing that it wouldn't last long. He felt a growing sense of hopelessness, a despair that threatened to overwhelm him. He stumbled through the undergrowth, his legs heavy, his vision blurred. He cried out for help, his voice echoing through the silent forest, swallowed by the vastness of the wilderness. But there was no answer, only the mocking echo of his own desperation. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, John stumbled upon a break in the dense foliage. He pushed through a thicket of tangled vines and found himself in a small clearing, a dilapidated cabin standing in the center like a forgotten relic. Its weathered wooden walls were warped and moss-covered, the windows boarded up, and the roof sagged precariously. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Shelter, however rudimentary, offered a respite from the relentless pursuit of the unknown. He approached the cabin cautiously, his senses alert for any sign of danger. The door creaked open, revealing a dark and dusty interior. John hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back. The cabin exuded an aura of unease, a sense of foreboding that chilled him to the bone. But the setting sun and the promise of temporary refuge outweighed his apprehension. He stepped inside, his headlamp illuminating the interior. Dust motes danced in the beam, the air thick with the smell of decay and damp earth. The cabin was sparsely furnished, a rickety table and a couple of chairs the only remnants of its former occupants. A fireplace dominated one wall, its stone hearth cold and empty. John secured the door, barricading it with a fallen log. He then turned his attention to the windows, reinforcing the flimsy boards with whatever he could find, broken furniture, loose stones, anything to create a barrier between him and the outside world. Exhausted but unable to relax, John settled on the floor, his back against the wall. He pulled out his remaining supplies, a half-filled canteen, a few energy bars, and a first aid kit. He ate sparingly, savoring each bite, knowing that these meager rations might be his last. As darkness enveloped the cabin, John huddled in a corner, his headlamp casting eerie shadows on the walls. He listened intently for any sound from outside, his heart pounding with every creak and groan of the old structure. He was trapped, a prisoner in a forgotten corner of the wilderness, at the mercy of forces he couldn't comprehend. The silence of the cabin was deafening. John strained his ears, every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind against the boarded windows, amplifying his sense of isolation. He felt a constant prickling sensation on the back of his neck, the unshakable feeling of being watched. He tried to convince himself it was just his nerves, the residue of the day's terrors and the night's oppressive darkness. But then he heard it, a soft scratching sound, coming from just outside the cabin. It was a subtle noise, easily dismissed as the wind or a stray animal, but it sent a shiver down his spine. He held his breath, listening intently. The scratching continued, persistent, methodical. It seemed to be coming from the roof, directly above him. He slowly raised his headlamp, the beam illuminating the rough-hewn timbers overhead. And then he saw them. Eyes. Clawing eyes, peering down at him from the gaps in the roof. They were unlike any eyes he had ever seen, large and luminous, with an otherworldly intensity that pierced through the darkness. They blinked slowly, their gaze fixated on him, filled with a chilling intelligence that made his blood run cold. John recoiled in horror, his heart pounding in his chest. He scrambled back, his hand instinctively reaching for his multi-tool, the only weapon he had. The eyes followed his every move, their gaze unwavering, their presence suffocating. He felt a wave of panic wash over him, the primal fear he had been suppressing now surging through his veins. He was trapped, hunted by creatures he couldn't comprehend, their motives unknown, their power undeniable. The scratching intensified, the creatures moving across the roof, their weight causing the old structure to groan and creak. John huddled in the corner, his body trembling, his mind reeling. He knew he was no match for these creatures, whatever they were. He was at their mercy, a helpless prey awaiting the inevitable. The scratching became a frenzied scraping, the creatures shifting their weight, their forms pressing against the weakened roof. Splinters rained down on John as cracks spider-webbed across the ceiling. He knew the roof wouldn't hold much longer. Panic seized him. He couldn't stay trapped in that crumbling cabin, waiting to be crushed or dragged into the darkness above. He had to escape, to make a run for it, however slim his chances. He scrambled to his feet, his headlamp beam dancing wildly as he scanned the room for an escape route. The boarded windows were too small, the door the only option. He lunged for it, throwing his weight against the flimsy barrier. The log holding the door in place gave way with a splintering crash. John stumbled out into the night, the cool air hitting him like a slap. He didn't look back, didn't dare to see what horrors emerged from the collapsing cabin. He plunged into the forest, branches whipping at his face, his feet catching on roots and rocks. He ran blindly, driven by pure adrenaline, the creature's growls echoing behind him, their heavy footsteps pounding the earth. His headlamp beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees, the undergrowth, the path ahead. But it also revealed the grotesque shapes that pursued him. They were humanoid in form, but distorted, their limbs elongated, their bodies contorted at unnatural angles. Their glowing eyes burned with a malevolent intensity, their mouths filled with rows of jagged teeth. John's breath came in ragged gasps, his lungs burning, his legs screaming for respite. But he couldn't stop, couldn't slow down. The creatures were gaining on him, their growls growing louder, their presence closer. He stumbled, falling headlong into a thicket of thorns. He cried out in pain, the sharp thorns tearing at his flesh. He scrambled to his feet, his body bloodied, his clothes ripped. He had to keep moving, had to escape the clutches of these nightmarish beings. He ran on, the forest a blur, the creature's growls a constant reminder of the horrors that pursued him. He was lost, alone, hunted by creatures that defied all logic and reason. He was trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. John burst from the tree limb, his lungs burning, his vision blurred with exhaustion and fear. He stumbled into a clearing, a ramshackle structure looming before him in the moonlight. It was another cabin, larger than the last, but equally dilapidated. Its windows were dark, the door hanging precariously from a single hinge. Desperation outweighed caution. He scrambled towards the cabin, his hopes clinging to this fragile sanctuary. He threw his weight against the door, the rotten wood splintering under the force. He tumbled inside, the darkness swallowing him whole. He fumbled for his headlamp, the beam cutting through the thick dust that hung in the air. The cabin was a single room, the walls lined with crude shelves stacked with rusted tools and decaying books. A fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth cold and empty. John barricaded the door with a heavy wooden chest, his heart pounding in his chest. He could hear the creatures outside, their growls and snarls echoing through the night. They were circling the cabin, their forms shifting in the shadows, their eyes burning with malevolent hunger. He knew he couldn't stay there long. The creatures would find a way in, their persistence fueled by an insatiable hunger. He had to find another way out, a hidden passage, a secret escape route. He scanned the room, his gaze falling on a loose floorboard in the corner. He pried it open, revealing a dark and narrow crawl space beneath the cabin. It was a desperate gamble, but it was his only chance. He squeezed into the cramped space, the damp earth clinging to his clothes. He crawled forward, the darkness pressing in on him, the musty air filling his lungs. He could hear the creatures above, their movements shaking the floorboards, their growls echoing through the confined space. He crawled on, his body aching, his mind filled with fear and uncertainty. He didn't know where he was going, didn't know if there was an end to this subterranean labyrinth. But he had to keep moving, had to escape the horrors that lurked above. The crawl space opened into a small, earthen chamber. John emerged, his body shaking with cold and fear. He raised his headlamp, the beam revealing the extent of his prison. The chamber was roughly hewn, the walls damp and covered in moss. Strange symbols were etched into the stone, their meaning obscure yet undeniably sinister. A pile of bones lay in the corner, human bones, picked clean and scattered amongst scraps of decaying cloth. A wave of nausea washed over John. He was not the first to seek refuge in this forsaken place. He was merely the latest victim, lured into a trap from which there was no escape. The growls above intensified, the creatures sensing his presence. The floorboards groaned under their weight, dust raining down from the ceiling. John knew his time was running out. He backed away from the bones, his gaze falling on a narrow fissure in the far wall. It was a slim chance, but he had to try. He squeezed through the opening, scraping his skin against the rough stone. The fissure led to a tunnel, descending deeper into the earth. John followed it, the darkness pressing in on him, the air growing thick and stale. He could hear the creatures behind him, their growls echoing through the tunnel, their pursuit relentless. He stumbled, falling to his knees. His headlamp flickered, the batteries dying. He fumbled for replacements, his hands shaking, his heart pounding in his ears. The darkness closed in, the growls growing louder. He managed to replace the batteries, the headlamp beam cutting through the gloom. But the sight that greeted him froze his blood. The tunnel had opened into a vast cavern, its walls lined with countless glowing eyes. The creatures were everywhere, their forms shifting in the shadows, their growls merging into a cacophony of horror. They were closing in, their eyes fixated on him, their hunger palpable. John knew there was no escape. He was trapped in the heart of their lair, a sacrifice to ancient and malevolent forces. He closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable end. The last thing he heard was the screech of the creatures as they descended upon him, their claws tearing, their teeth sinking into his flesh. His screams echoed through the cavern, swallowed by the darkness, a final testament to the horrors that lurked within the Black Ridge Trail. Day 1. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as I wrestled with the tent poles, the vibrant hues of fall foliage painting a breathtaking backdrop. My friends, Emily, Ben, and Sarah, were scattered around our secluded campsite, laughter echoing through the towering pines. This was it, our annual escape from the city's clamor, our retreat into the serene embrace of nature. We ventured deep into the heart of National Park, e.g., Redwood National Park, drawn by its promise of tranquility and the legendary tales whispered around crackling campfires. Legends, of course, like the one about the Wolfman. A creature of the night, they say, lurking in the shadows, its blood-curdling howls echoing through the valleys. Dan, ever the skeptic, scoffed at the local lore, dismissing it as mere folklore to spook tourists. But a shiver ran down my spine as I recalled the park ranger's warning, his eyes filled with a chilling seriousness as he described the unsettling disappearances that had plagued the area in recent years. Just stories, I muttered to myself, forcing a smile as I finally managed to erect the tent. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the forest floor. A sense of unease settled over me, a primal fear that I couldn't shake off. The air grew heavy, charged with an unsettling stillness. Even the cheerful chatter of my friends couldn't dispel the growing sense of dread that was creeping into my heart. Day 2. Dawn broke, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the campsite. The lingering unease from the previous night seemed to dissipate with the rising sun. Armed with a map and a compass, we set off to explore the depths of National Park, eager to discover its hidden wonders. The trail wound its way through dense thickets of towering redwoods, their majestic presence filling us with awe. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. We stumbled upon a crystal-clear stream, its waters babbling over moss-covered rocks. Dipping our toes in the icy water, we relished the refreshing coolness. Laughter and chatter filled the air as we skipped stones and explored the surrounding area. Emily, our resident botanist, pointed out various species of wildflowers and ferns, her enthusiasm infectious. But as we ventured deeper into the wilderness, a sense of isolation began to creep in. The playful banter subsided, replaced by an almost reverent silence. We were alone, truly alone, in the heart of this vast and ancient forest. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of birds. Then, we saw them. Massive paw prints, deeply embedded in the soft earth. They were far larger than any dog or wolf I'd ever seen. A wave of apprehension washed over me, the ranger's words echoing in my mind. Could it be a bear? Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. Ben, ever the pragmatist, examined the tracks closely. No, he said, his brow furrowed, these are different. Something bigger. The discovery cast a pall over our exploration. We continued on, but our carefree spirit had evaporated. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, sent shivers down our spines. The forest, once a place of wonder, now held a sinister undertone. Day 3. Nightfall descended, draping the forest in an inky blackness that seemed to swallow all light. The campfire crackled, casting flickering shadows that danced and writhed like macabre specters. We huddled closer to the flames, their warmth offering little comfort against the growing chill in the air. The cheerful atmosphere of the previous days had vanished, replaced by a palpable tension. We'd barely spoken since our unsettling discovery. The image of those enormous paw prints was burned into my mind, a constant reminder of the unseen danger lurking in the shadows. Even Ben, the skeptic, seemed subdued, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a grim silence. As darkness deepened, the forest came alive with a symphony of sounds. The rustling of leaves intensified, punctuated by the occasional snap of a twig. But it was the owls that truly set our nerves on edge. They started as a low, mournful wail in the distance, gradually growing louder, closer, until they seemed to surround us. These were not the owls of wolves, familiar and almost comforting in their wildness. These were deeper, more guttural, filled with a primal rage that chilled us to the bone. It's just coyotes, Emily said, her voice strained. But her words did little to reassure us. The owls continued, echoing through the valleys, sending shivers down our spines. We huddled closer to the fire, our eyes darting nervously into the darkness beyond the flickering light. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the trees, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent our hearts racing. I lay awake, staring at the nylon ceiling of the tent, my mind conjuring images of the creature that stalked us. The ranger's words echoed in my mind, unsettling disappearances. A wave of nausea washed over me. We were trapped, isolated, vulnerable. Day 4. A sense of dread clung to me like a shroud as I emerged from the tent, the morning light doing little to dispel the lingering fear from the night. The forest seemed to hold its breath, an eerie silence hanging in the air, broken only by the soft crackling of the dying embers in the fire pit. But something was amiss. A gaping hole marred the pristine wilderness scene. Our food supplies were ravaged. The cooler lay on its side, its contents strewn across the clearing, ripped open and partially devoured. Cans of beans were mangled, bags of chips torn to shreds, and even the sealed container of trail mix had been violently pried open. Panic clawed at my throat. What happened here? Emily gasped, her eyes wide with alarm. We surveyed the scene, our hearts pounding in our chests. Bear? No, this wasn't the work of a bear. There was a ferocity, a savagery to the destruction that spoke of something far more sinister. Ben knelt down, examining the ground. Tracks, he said, pointing to a set of enormous paw prints leading away from the campsite, deeper and more defined than the ones we'd seen before. Whatever did this is big, strong, and hungry. A wave of nausea washed over me. The howls from the previous night, the unsettling feeling of being watched, the ranger's warnings, it all clicked into place. We weren't dealing with a bear, or a coyote, or any ordinary predator. Something else was out there, something that hunted in the shadows, something with an insatiable hunger. Fear gnawed at my insides. We were stranded, our food supply decimated, with a predator of unknown origin stalking us. The forest, once a sanctuary, had become a hunting ground. And we were the prey. Day 5. The forest held its breath, the air thick with a suffocating tension. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent jolts of fear through my body. We huddled together, our eyes darting nervously into the dense undergrowth, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of the creature that stalked us. The previous night's encounter had shattered any remaining illusion of safety. We were no longer carefree campers enjoying a weekend getaway. We were prey, trapped in a terrifying game of survival. Sleep had been impossible, haunted by nightmares of glowing eyes and snarling teeth. As dawn painted the sky with hues of gray and purple, we made a grim discovery. Ben, our protector, our voice of reason, was gone. His tent lay open, empty, a chilling emptiness that mirrored the growing void in our hearts. Ben? Emily's voice cracked, a desperate plea echoing through the silent trees. We searched frantically, our calls met only with the indifferent chirping of birds. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no indication of what had taken him. Just an empty tent and a gnawing sense of despair. The realization hit us like a physical blow. We were alone, vulnerable, hunted. The creature, whatever it was, had taken one of us, silently, efficiently, without a trace. Fear morphed into a cold, hard terror that settled deep in our bones. We clung to each other, tears streaming down our faces, the weight of our situation crushing us. The forest, once a place of wonder and escape, had become a tomb. And we were next. Day 6. The sun beat down mercilessly, a cruel mockery of our despair. We trudged through the dense undergrowth, our bodies heavy with exhaustion and grief. The map was useless, the compass a cruel joke. Every path we took led to a dead end, every turn seemed to take us deeper into the labyrinthine forest. We were lost, hopelessly lost. The vibrant colors of the forest, once a source of wonder, now seemed to mock us with their beauty. The chirping of birds, once a cheerful symphony, now grated on our nerves, a constant reminder of our isolation. Even the sunlight, filtering through the dense canopy, felt oppressive, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and writhed like malevolent spirits. Hunger gnawed at our bellies, thirst parched our throats. Our energy reserves were dwindling, our spirits crushed. Emily, once so vibrant and full of life, was now a shadow of her former self, her eyes hollow, her steps faltering. Sarah, usually the optimistic one, had succumbed to a silent despair, her gaze fixed on the ground, her shoulders slumped. As dusk began to settle, casting long, ominous shadows across the forest floor, a sense of hopelessness washed over me. We were trapped in a nightmare, a twisted game of survival with no escape. The creature, our unseen tormentor, lurked in the shadows, waiting for us to falter, to succumb to our fear and exhaustion. We stumbled upon a small clearing, a patch of moonlight illuminating the forest floor. We collapsed onto the soft earth, our bodies trembling with exhaustion. As darkness enveloped us, the forest came alive with the sounds of the night. The rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, the distant hooting of an owl. And then, cutting through the symphony of the night, a sound that sent shivers down our spines, the guttural howl of the creature, closer than ever before. Day 7. The moon hung high in the sky, a malevolent eye casting an eerie glow upon the forest floor. We huddled together for warmth, our bodies shivering not just from the cold, but from a deep-seated terror that gnawed at our souls. Sleep was a distant memory, replaced by a constant state of hypervigilance, our senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen horrors, every rustle of leaves sent our hearts pounding. The forest, once a place of tranquility, had become a menacing entity, its darkness concealing a predator that stalked us relentlessly. We were trapped in a nightmare, the boundaries between reality and hallucination blurring with each passing hour. Then, I saw it. A fleeting glimpse, a shadow darting between the trees, its eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. It was there and gone in an instant, leaving behind a chilling sense of dread that clung to the air like a shroud. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Emily and Sarah nodded, their faces pale with fear. We clung to each other, our eyes wide, our breaths shallow. The creature was close. We could feel its presence, a palpable darkness that pressed in on us from all sides. The hours crawled by, each one an eternity. We huddled together, whispering prayers and sharing stories of our lives, clinging to the memories of a world that seemed so distant now. The fire dwindled, its flames casting flickering shadows that danced and distorted, transforming familiar trees into monstrous figures. As the first rays of dawn began to pierce the darkness, a sense of despair washed over me. We were exhausted, starving, and broken. The creature had toyed with us, its presence a constant reminder of our impending doom. Hope, once a flickering ember, threatened to extinguish entirely. Day 8. The forest seemed to press in on us, a suffocating presence that choked the very air we breathed. The once vibrant colors had faded to a dull, monotonous gray, reflecting the despair that had settled over our souls. We were shadows of our former selves, gaunt, hollow-eyed, our bodies ravaged by hunger and exhaustion. Emily, once the picture of health and vitality, now trembled with weakness, her skin clammy, her breathing shallow. Sarah, normally the strong one, had succumbed to a quiet hysteria, her eyes wide with fear, her laughter a hollow, chilling sound. We had abandoned all pretense of following the trail, our only goal to put as much distance between us and the creature as possible. But the forest held us captive, its paths twisting and turning, leading us in endless circles. We were lost, adrift in a sea of trees, with no land in sight. As darkness descended, we huddled together beneath a towering redwood, its massive trunk offering little comfort against the encroaching night. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying with it the chilling sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, and the distant howl of the creature, a constant reminder of our vulnerability. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Sarah! I whirled around, my heart pounding in my chest. She was pointing a trembling finger towards the darkness, her eyes wide with terror. "It's there," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. I followed her gaze, my blood running cold. Two glowing eyes, like burning embers, pierced the darkness, their malevolent gaze fixed upon us. The creature was close, closer than ever before. We could feel its presence, a palpable wave of dread that washed over us, stealing our breath, paralyzing us with fear. Day 9. The creature emerged from the darkness, a horrifying silhouette against the moonlit sky. It was a monstrosity, a grotesque parody of both man and wolf, its towering form rippling with muscle, its fur matted and stained with blood. Its eyes, burning with a malevolent fire, fixed upon us, and a guttural growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that echoed the primal fear rising within me. Panic seized us. Emily screamed, a high-pitched wail that sliced through the night. Sarah stumbled back, her foot catching on a gnarled root, sending her sprawling to the ground. I lunged forward, adrenaline surging through my veins, and grabbed a fallen branch, my makeshift weapon trembling in my grasp. The creature sprang. It moved with an impossible speed, a blur of fur and fangs that descended upon Sarah before we could react. A sickening crunch echoed through the clearing, followed by a scream that was cut short, abruptly silenced. The creature tore into her, its jaws snapping, its claws raking, the moonlight glinting off its blood-soaked fur. Emily and I were frozen, paralyzed by the sheer brutality of the scene unfolding before us. The air was thick with the coppery scent of blood, the ground littered with Sarah's remains. The creature, its muzzle stained crimson, lifted its head, its burning eyes locking onto mine. A primal instinct took over. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound born of pure terror, and charged. I swung the branch with all my might, connecting with the creature's shoulder. It roared in pain, a sound that shook the very ground beneath our feet, and turned its fury on me. I dodged its snapping jaws, the stench of its breath hot on my face, and scrambled backward. It lunged again, its claws raking my arm, tearing through flesh and muscle. I cried out in pain, stumbling, falling, the creature looming over me, its jaws open wide, ready to deliver the final blow. This was it. The end. Day 10. Silence. An eerie, deafening silence. I lay on the cold, damp earth, my body screaming in pain, my mind reeling. The creature was gone. Vanished. Had it been a hallucination, a figment of my fear-addled mind? I tried to move, but a searing pain shot through my arm, a stark reminder of the creature's attack. I looked around, my vision blurred, the moonlight casting long, distorted shadows. Emily. Where was Emily? Emily? I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. No answer. Just the whispering wind and the rustling leaves. I pushed myself up, ignoring the throbbing pain in my arm, and stumbled through the undergrowth, my eyes frantically searching for any sign of my friend. Then I saw her. Lying motionless beneath a gnarled tree, her body contorted at an unnatural angle. I rushed towards her, my heart pounding with a mixture of hope and dread. Emily. I cried, falling to my knees beside her. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the sky, her skin pale and cold. I reached out, my trembling fingers touching her cheek. Lifeless. She was gone. A wave of grief washed over me, a suffocating tide that threatened to drown me in despair. I was alone, the sole survivor of this nightmare. But at what cost? I don't know how long I stayed there, cradling Emily's lifeless body, my tears mingling with the blood staining her clothes. The forest held its breath, a silent witness to my grief, my despair, my utter desolation. Dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of gray and purple, a cruel mockery of the new day. I stumbled through the forest, a broken figure haunted by the horrors I had witnessed. Somehow, I found my way back to the trail, a path that led me out of the wilderness, back to the world of the living. But the forest never left me. It lingers in my nightmares, in the shadows that dance at the edge of my vision, in the whispers of the wind that carry the chilling howls of the creature. I am forever scarred, a survivor haunted by the ghosts of the dead, a testament to the horrors that lurk in the heart of the wilderness. Okay, so this is it. This is the story I never wanted to tell. It all started innocently enough, with my wife Sarah and me heading out for a long weekend in the Appalachian Mountains. We both needed a break from the city, from work, from just everything, you know? Sarah, she's always been a bit of a city girl, but I convinced her that a little fresh air and some quality time together in nature would do us good. We packed up the car, tent, sleeping bags, enough snacks to feed a small army, and hit the road. The drive was actually pretty nice. Rolling hills, those fall colors starting to pop, it was all postcard perfect. We finally reached the trailhead late Friday afternoon, and I could practically feel the tension drain out of my shoulders. Sarah, though, she was already looking a little apprehensive. Are you sure there won't be, like, bears or anything? She asked, clutching her pepper spray like it was a lifeline. I laughed, trying to reassure her. Babe, relax. We'll be fine. Just gotta make some noise while we hike, and we'll scare anything away. Famous last words, right? The trail was pretty well maintained, thankfully. Nothing too challenging. We hiked for a couple of hours, the sun starting to dip below the trees, casting long, creepy shadows. Finally, we found the perfect spot to set up camp, a little clearing tucked away from the main trail, with a stream nearby and a fire pit that looked like it had seen some use. I got to work on the tent while Sarah unpacked our supplies. The air was crisp, with that earthy smell that always makes me feel at peace. For a while, it was just the two of us, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, and the occasional bird chirping. It was perfect. But as the sun went down, things started to feel different. The forest got darker, the shadows deeper. The sounds of crickets and frogs seemed to amplify, and I swore I could hear things moving in the underbrush. Sarah was getting jumpy, and honestly, I was starting to feel a little uneasy myself. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her eyes wide. "Hear what?" I asked, trying to sound calm. "That rustling. Over there." I strained my ears, but all I could hear was the wind. "It's probably just an animal, babe. Don't worry." But she didn't look convinced. And neither was I, if I was being honest with myself. Something felt off. Dinner was tense. We scarfed down some lukewarm chili, neither of us really talking. Every little snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves, had us jumping. I tried to keep the mood light, telling some dumb jokes, but even my own laughter sounded forced in the heavy silence of the woods. As darkness completely enveloped us, the campfire became our only source of light, casting flickering shadows that danced and distorted the surrounding trees. We huddled close to the flames, the warmth doing little to chase away the growing chill that seemed to seep into our bones. "Maybe we should turn in early," Sarah suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, relieved. "Yeah, good idea." We crawled into the tent, zipping it up tight, creating a thin nylon barrier between us and whatever was lurking outside. I snuggled up to Sarah, hoping to provide some comfort, but I could feel her trembling. "It's okay," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as her. "We're safe in here." But the words felt hollow even to my own ears. The sounds outside seemed to intensify. The rustling became more frequent, closer. There were snaps and pops, like branches breaking under something heavy. And then, there were the noises that I couldn't explain. Low growls, guttural sounds that seemed to vibrate through the ground and into the tent itself. "What was that?" Sarah whimpered, clutching my arm. "I don't know," I admitted, my heart pounding in my chest. "Probably just some foxes or something." But deep down, I knew it wasn't foxes. Foxes didn't make sounds like that. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling for the switch. The beam flickered weakly, casting long, distorted shadows across the tent walls. I checked the batteries. Almost dead. Great. Just great. "I think the batteries are dying," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. Sarah's eyes widened. What? No, no, no. We need the flashlight. It's okay. I have spares, I lied, patting my pockets, knowing full well I'd forgotten to pack them. Just try to get some sleep. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I could imagine something out there, just beyond the thin fabric of the tent, watching us. Waiting. I kept seeing those shifting shadows, hearing those unsettling sounds. And then I saw them. Eyes. Two glowing eyes, peering at us through the mesh of the tent. They were low to the ground, almost animalistic, but there was something intelligent in their gaze. Something that sent a shiver down my spine. I froze, holding my breath, afraid to even blink. The eyes stayed fixed on us for what felt like an eternity, then slowly disappeared into the darkness. I didn't tell Sarah. I didn't want to scare her any more than she already was. But I knew then that we weren't alone in the woods. Something was out there with us. And it was watching us. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping. Ugh, seriously? After a night like that, who could possibly feel cheerful? I carefully peeled myself away from Sarah, who was thankfully still asleep. She looked so peaceful, completely unaware of the horrors of the night before. I envied her. I unzipped the tent and crawled out, wincing at the bright morning sunlight. The forest looked different in the daylight. Less menacing, almost. But the events of the night were still fresh in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Need to get more firewood, I mumbled to myself, grabbing the axe and heading towards the tree-line. I ventured deeper into the woods, scanning the ground for fallen branches. The air was thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth. I tried to focus on the task at hand, but the feeling of unease lingered. Every shadow, every sound, sent a jolt of fear through me. And then I saw it. A black bear, massive and imposing, stood about 50 feet away, its eyes fixed on me. My blood ran cold. It was huge, easily twice my size, with thick fur and claws that could tear me apart in seconds. My mind raced. Play dead? No, that's for grizzlies. Make myself look big? Yeah, right, like that would work. Run? Definitely not an option. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The bear didn't move. It just stared at me, its dark eyes seeming to pierce right through me. I could feel its power, its primal energy, radiating towards me. Slowly, I raised my arms, trying to make myself appear larger. My voice caught in my throat as I croaked out, "Hey bear. Nice bear. Go on, get out of here." My words sounded pathetic, even to my own ears. But to my surprise, the bear took a step back. It let out a low growl, a sound that reverberated through my entire body, then turned and lumbered away into the dense undergrowth. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I had just stared death in the face, and somehow I had survived. But the encounter had shaken me to my core. I knew then that we weren't just camping in the woods, We were trespassing in its territory, and we weren't welcome. I hurried back to the campsite, the axe feeling heavy in my trembling hands. Sarah was awake, looking worried. "What took you so long?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "Just looking for the best firewood," I mumbled, trying to hide my fear. I didn't want to tell her about the bear. Not yet. I didn't want to scare her. But I knew one thing for sure: we were leaving as soon as possible. I tried to act normal, to pretend that everything was fine, but I could tell Sarah wasn't buying it. She kept glancing nervously at the tree, her eyes wide with fear. "What's wrong?" she finally asked, her voice trembling. "You're acting weird." I hesitated, debating whether to tell her about the bear. But I didn't want to freak her out completely. "It's nothing," I lied. "Just a little spooked after last night." She nodded slowly, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. We both knew something was wrong, even if we weren't willing to say it out loud. We spent the rest of the morning packing up our gear, our movements hurried and tense. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I kept catching glimpses of movement in the shadows, though I couldn't be sure if it was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me. "We should go," Sarah said, her voice urgent. "We should leave right now." I nodded in agreement. "I know. Just let me finish packing this up." But as I reached for the tent poles, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My flashlight, the one I had used the night before, was lying on the ground, its beam flickering weakly. I picked it up and checked the batteries. Completely dead. Damn it. I cursed under my breath. The batteries are dead. Sarah's eyes widened in alarm. "What?" "But we need the flashlight." I know, I said, trying to stay calm. "I have spares, somewhere." I rummaged through my backpack, but my heart sank as I realized I had forgotten to pack extra batteries. We were stranded in the middle of the woods, with night approaching and no source of light. "I can't find them," I admitted, my voice filled with despair. "I must have left them in the car." Sarah's face paled. "No, this can't be happening." A wave of fear washed over me. We were trapped, alone in the wilderness, with something lurking in the shadows. And now, we didn't even have a flashlight to protect us. "It's okay," I said, trying to sound reassuring, though my voice shook with fear. "We'll be fine. We just need to stay calm and stick together." But even as I said the words, I knew they were empty promises. We were in serious trouble. The sinking feeling in my gut told me we needed to get out of there, flashlight or no flashlight. But Sarah was right. Hiking in the dark was risky, especially with whatever was out there. "Let's just explore a bit," I suggested, trying to sound casual. "Maybe there's another campsite nearby, someone with a working flashlight." Sarah looked skeptical, but she agreed. Anything was better than sitting in the tent, waiting for darkness to fall. We cautiously made our way through the woods, sticking close to the stream. The sunlight filtering through the trees provided some visibility, but the shadows still played tricks on my eyes. Every fallen log, every oddly shaped rock, looked like a crouching figure in my peripheral vision. After about 20 minutes of walking, we stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. It was another campsite, older and more overgrown than ours. But it wasn't the age that disturbed me, it was the state of it. The tent was ripped to shreds, its fabric scattered amongst the trees like forgotten laundry. Supplies were strewn everywhere. A battered cooler lay open, its contents spilled and rotting, a backpack ripped open with clothes and toiletries scattered around. It looked like someone had packed in a hurry, or been forced to leave in a hurry. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with horror. "What happened here?" I didn't answer. I didn't know. But a sense of dread washed over me, cold and heavy. This wasn't just an abandoned campsite, it was a scene of chaos, of panic. We cautiously approached the wreckage, our eyes scanning for any sign of what might have happened. There were no bodies, no bloodstains, nothing to indicate foul play. But the atmosphere was thick with a sense of unease, a feeling that something terrible had occurred here. And then I saw it. A journal, half buried under a pile of leaves. I picked it up, brushing off the dirt. The cover was worn and water damaged, but the pages inside were surprisingly intact. I flipped through the journal, my heart pounding with each turn of the page. It was a logbook of sorts, with entries detailing the experiences of a group of hikers who had camped here a few weeks earlier. They had been excited about their trip, just like Sarah and me. But as I read further, their entries became more and more frantic. They spoke of strange noises at night, of feeling watched, of a growing sense of dread. The final entry sent a shiver down my spine. It was scrawled in hurried handwriting, the words barely legible. "Something is out there. I can hear it moving in the trees. It's watching us. We need to leave. Now." But it's too late. It's already 2. The entry ended abruptly. The rest of the pages were blank. I closed the journal, my hands trembling. Whatever had happened to these hikers, it wasn't good. And now, I feared that Sarah and I were next. We hurried away from that ruined campsite like it was cursed. The journal's final words echoed in my mind. Something is out there. It's watching us. I couldn't shake the feeling that those words were meant for us, too. Back at our own campsite, the cheerful morning light seemed to mock us. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle of leaves more sinister. The wind whispered through the trees, and I swore I could hear voices in its song, whispering our names. "We need to leave," I said, my voice tight with fear. "Now." Sarah nodded, her face pale. "I know. But where do we go? We're lost. Lost and with a dead flashlight." Fantastic. We quickly packed up the rest of our gear, our movements frantic. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something emerge from the trees. My senses were on high alert, every sound making me jump. We decided to follow the stream, hoping it would lead us back to the trail. But as we made our way through the dense undergrowth, the feeling of being watched intensified. I could feel eyes on us, tracking our every move. Do Do you feel that? Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Feel what? I asked, my heart pounding. Like we're being followed. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I felt it too. A presence lurking just beyond our sight, stalking us through the trees. We pressed on, our pace quickening. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees reaching out like skeletal fingers. The sunlight faded, the shadows lengthening, casting an eerie gloom over the woods. And then I heard it. A twig snapping, close by. I whirled around, scanning the trees, but I couldn't see anything. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Yeah, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I heard it. We stood there for a moment, listening intently. The forest was silent, except for the pounding of our own hearts. Then another snap. Closer this time. And another. And another. It was like something was circling us, closing in. We broke into a run, our backpacks bouncing against our backs. We scrambled over fallen logs, our lungs burning, our legs aching. But we didn't dare stop. We knew that if we did, whatever was following us would catch us. We were being hunted. The crashing sound came out of nowhere. One minute we were scrambling through the undergrowth, the next, something heavy slammed into us, sending us sprawling to the ground. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. Sarah screamed, her voice high-pitched and terrified. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. What was that? Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with fear. I didn't answer. I didn't know. But I could hear it moving in the trees, circling us, closing in. Whatever it was big. I could hear its heavy breathing, its low growls, echoing through the trees. The ground vibrated with its every step. We were trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The trees pressed in on us, their branches like grasping claws. The shadows deepened, swallowing us whole. And then it attacked. It lunged out of the darkness, a hulking shape with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth. I caught a glimpse of its fur, matted and thick, and its claws, long and sharp, like daggers. Sarah screamed again, her voice filled with terror. I pushed her behind me, trying to shield her from the creature. It lunged again, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I could smell its hot, fetid breath, feel the heat of its body. I lashed out, kicking and punching, but my blows had little effect. The creature was too strong, too powerful. It knocked me to the ground, pinning me beneath its weight. I could feel its claws tearing at my flesh, its teeth grazing my skin. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But then, something unexpected happened. Sarah, bless her soul, grabbed a rock and smashed it against the creature's head. It roared in pain, its grip loosening. I seized the opportunity, scrambling out from under its weight. I grabbed Sarah's hand, and we ran. We ran as fast as we could, our lungs burning, our legs aching. We didn't look back, didn't dare to see if the creature was following us. We just ran. The forest was a blur of green and brown as we ran. Branches whipped at our faces, thorns tore at our clothes, but we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. The fear of what was behind us propelled us forward. I could hear Sarah's ragged breathing beside me, her footsteps heavy and uneven. I glanced back over my shoulder, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness. The creature was still out there, somewhere, but I had no idea how close it was. We stumbled through the undergrowth, our feet catching on roots and rocks. The ground sloped downwards, and we were losing our footing, sliding and tumbling down the hillside. "Sarah!" I yelled, reaching out for her hand. But it was too late. She lost her balance and disappeared into the darkness. I heard a scream, cut short by a sickening thud. "Sarah!" I screamed again, my voice echoing through the trees. I scrambled down the slope, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to find her. I had to make sure she was okay. But the darkness was absolute. I couldn't see anything. I stumbled around blindly, calling out her name, but there was no answer. I was alone. Panic clawed at my throat. I was lost, injured, and alone in the middle of the woods. And something was out there, hunting me. I had to get out of there. I had to find Sarah. I had to survive. But how? I scrambled down the slope, my hands grasping at roots and rocks, my feet slipping on the loose earth. The darkness was absolute, the only sound my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart in my ears. "Sarah!" I yelled again, my voice hoarse and desperate. But there was no answer. I stumbled on, blindly following the sound of the stream. The ground leveled out, and I found myself in a clearing. The moon had risen, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. I looked around frantically, searching for any sign of Sarah. But there was nothing. Just trees, rocks, and the endless expanse of the forest. I was alone. A wave of despair washed over me. I had lost Sarah. I had failed her. I sank to my knees, my body shaking with sobs. I couldn't believe this was happening. It was all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on this camping trip, if I had just listened to Sarah's fears, none of this would have happened. But there was no point in dwelling on the past. I had to focus on the present. I had to find a way out of this forest. I had to survive. I stood up, wiping the tears from my face. I couldn't give up. I had to keep going. For Sarah. I took a deep breath and started walking. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to keep moving. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't let the darkness consume me. I walked for what felt like hours, my legs aching, my body exhausted. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. And then I saw it. A light. A faint, flickering light in the distance. Hope surged through me. Could it be a house? A cabin? A sign of civilization? I stumbled towards the light, my heart pounding with anticipation. As I got closer, I could see that it was coming from a small building nestled amongst the trees. I approached cautiously, my senses on high alert. I didn't know who or what might be inside, but I had no other choice. I had to take the risk. I reached the building and hesitated for a moment, listening for any sound from within. But there was only silence. I reached out and pushed the door open. The door creaked open, revealing a dark and dusty interior. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp wood and something else. Something musky and unpleasant, like decaying leaves and damp fur. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. My instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run as far away from this place as possible. But the cold night air and the thought of whatever was lurking in the woods pushed me forward. I stepped inside, my eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light. The cabin was small, with a single room and a loft. A fireplace dominated one wall, cold and empty. Dust covered every surface, and cobwebs hung from the rafters. It looked like it hadn't been occupied in years. But then, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were things hanging from the walls. Animal pelts, bones, and other things I couldn't quite make out in the shadows. They were arranged in a bizarre, almost ritualistic pattern, and the sight of them sent a shiver down my spine. A sound from the loft made me jump. It was a soft scratching, like claws on wood. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Something was up there. I slowly reached for my pocket knife, the only weapon I had left. My hand trembled as I flipped it open. I took a step towards the ladder leading to the loft, my eyes fixed on the shadows above. The scratching sound grew louder, closer. And then I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing in the darkness. They were the same eyes I had seen in the tent, the same eyes that had haunted my nightmares. The creature emerged from the shadows, its form grotesque and terrifying. It was larger than I remembered, its fur matted and filthy, its claws long and sharp. Its teeth were bared in a snarl, and its eyes burned with a malevolent light. I stumbled back, my foot catching on something on the floor. I fell, my knife clattering away across the wooden floorboards. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. But it never came. I opened my eyes to see the creature frozen, its head cocked to one side, as if listening to something. Then, it turned and disappeared back into the shadows. I lay there for a moment, my heart pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't believe I was still alive. But then, I heard it. A sound that chilled me to the bone. It was Sarah's scream. They say the wilderness can swallow you whole. I never really believed that, not until last summer in Zion National Park. My name's Rick, and I've been a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service for about 10 years now. I've seen my fair share of twisted ankles, lost hikers, and the occasional bear encounter. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for the case of the missing college kid. It was a scorching July morning when the call came in. A young guy named Josh, out hiking solo on the observation point trail, hadn't returned to his campsite the night before. His buddies reported him missing, and the park rangers called us in to assist with the search. They figured he'd just gotten lost or maybe sprained an ankle, the usual stuff. But something about the rangers' faces told me this was different. Zion's a beautiful park, no doubt. Towering sandstone cliffs, deep canyons, and lush hanging gardens. But it's also got its share of hidden dangers. Flash floods, rattlesnakes, and sheer drop-offs that'll make your stomach churn. And, as I was about to find out, maybe something else, something a lot more sinister. We started by checking Josh's last known location, the trailhead. His car was still there, a beat-up old Jeep with a faded college sticker on the bumper. The rangers had already interviewed his friends, and they'd given us a description: average height, athletic build, last seen wearing a blue hiking shirt and khaki shorts. We split into two teams, one heading up the trail and the other fanning out to search the surrounding area. I was with the trail team, and as we hiked, the feeling of dread started to creep in. The air was thick with an unnatural silence, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the dry earth. It felt like we were being watched. After a couple of hours, we found his backpack. It was lying off the trail, tucked under a juniper bush. It was ripped open, and his water bottle and some granola bar wrappers were scattered around. No sign of Josh himself. My gut clenched. This wasn't just a lost hiker anymore. Something was wrong, very wrong. Finding Josh's backpack ripped open like that sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't like an animal had gotten to it. It was violent, almost. Like someone had torn it apart in a frenzy. We spread out, searching the area in a grid pattern, calling out Josh's name, but there was no answer. Just the wind whistling through the canyons and the unsettling feeling that eyes were on us. We followed the trail for another hour, the terrain getting steeper and rockier. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the only sounds were the crunch of our boots and our own ragged breathing. Then, just as I was starting to think we were chasing a ghost, we stumbled upon something. A campsite. It wasn't Josh's. This one was older, more overgrown. The tent was ripped to shreds, the fabric faded and moldy. There was a fire pit with charred logs, and scattered around were rusted cans and what looked like scraps of clothing. I couldn't be sure. It was like someone had lived there for a while, then just vanished. One thing caught my eye. On a nearby tree, carved into the bark, was a symbol. It looked like a crude drawing of a stick figure, but with antlers. And beneath it, another symbol, one I didn't recognize. It was a series of lines and circles, almost like some kind of ancient script. I took a picture with my phone, figuring I'd show it to the park rangers later. Maybe it was some kind of gang sign or something. As I examined the symbols, a shiver ran down my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That something was watching us from the shadows, something ancient and malevolent. The feeling intensified when I noticed something else. In the dirt, near the fire pit, were large, animal-like tracks. But they weren't from any animal I recognized. They were too big, too humanoid. We packed up the campsite, collecting any evidence we could find. The rangers would want to take a look at this, for sure. As we hiked back down the trail, the sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the canyon walls. The silence seemed to deepen, pressing in on us like a suffocating blanket. And in the distance, I could have sworn I heard a high-pitched, mournful wail that sent chills down my spine. Back at the ranger station, we handed over the evidence we'd found at the abandoned campsite. The rangers were spooked, especially by the strange symbols and the weird tracks. They promised to run them through their databases, see if they could get a match. But I could tell by the looks on their faces they didn't expect to find anything. This was something new, something off. We called off the search for the night. It was getting too dark to continue safely, and everyone was exhausted. We were back at it first thing in the morning, but the feeling of unease from the day before had only intensified. The forest seemed to hold its breath, watching us, waiting. We expanded our search area, going off trail, deeper into the wilderness. The terrain was rough, all loose rocks and thorny bushes. The sun beat down relentlessly, and the air was thick with the smell of pine needles and dust. And something else, something faintly metallic, like blood. Then we found it. Another campsite, even older and more decayed than the last one. The tent was just a pile of rotting canvas, and the fire pit was filled with ashes and bones. Animal bones, I thought at first. But as I got closer, I realized they weren't. They were human. My stomach churned. This wasn't just a missing hiker case anymore. This was something far worse. Something that made my skin crawl and my blood run cold. We marked the location and radioed it back to the ranger station. They sent out a forensic team, and we were ordered to secure the perimeter. As I stood there, staring at the gruesome scene, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into something truly dark, something that we might not be able to walk away from. The silence of the forest was broken by the distant cawing of a crow. It circled overhead, a black silhouette against the harsh blue sky. As I watched it, I noticed something else. In the distance, on the edge of a clearing, stood a figure. It was tall and gaunt, almost skeletal, and it seemed to be watching us. Then it turned and vanished into the trees, leaving me with a sense of dread that I couldn't shake off. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bones in the fire pit, the strange symbols carved into the tree, and that gaunt figure vanishing into the woods. I tossed and turned, the images burned into my brain. And when I finally did drift off, the nightmares came. I was in a dark, endless forest, the trees twisted and gnarled like skeletal fingers. The air was heavy, filled with the smell of decay and something else. Something sweet and sickening. I could hear something moving between the trees, something breathing heavily, its breath rattling like dry leaves. Then I saw it. The figure from the clearing. It was taller now, impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and thin. Its skin was stretched tight over its bones, pale and translucent, almost blue in the moonlight. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, yellow and hungry. And its mouth, oh God, its mouth. It was stretched wide in a grotesque grin, revealing rows of sharp, yellow teeth. I tried to run, but my legs were heavy, like they were filled with lead. The creature moved with an unnatural speed, gliding through the trees, its long, bony fingers reaching for me. I could hear its breathing getting closer, its raspy voice whispering my name. Then I woke up, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew then that we weren't dealing with just any missing person case. This was something supernatural. I remembered the symbols we'd found at the campsite, the strange tracks. I started doing some research online, digging into local legends and folklore. That's when I came across it. The Wendigo. According to Algonquin legend, the Wendigo is an evil spirit that possesses humans, driving them to cannibalism. It's described as a tall, gaunt creature with an insatiable hunger for human flesh. It's said to be a creature of the winter, a bringer of famine and death. And it's said to be attracted to the scent of blood. The more I read, the more the pieces started to fit together. The abandoned campsites, the bones, the strange tracks, the figure in the woods, it all pointed to the Wendigo. I tried to dismiss it as superstition, but deep down, I knew it was true. We were dealing with something ancient and evil, something that had haunted these woods for centuries. And it was hunting us. The next morning, the ranger station was buzzing. The forensic team had confirmed our worst fears. The bones at the campsite were human, and they showed signs of, well, let's just say it wasn't a pretty way to go. They also found more of those weird symbols carved into some of the bones, and they confirmed the tracks were unlike anything they'd ever seen before. The park was officially closed to the public, and we were now part of a full-blown investigation. We had more boots on the ground, including a couple of guys from the FBI. They seemed to think it was some kind of cult activity, but I knew better. I tried to tell them about the Wendigo, but they just looked at me like I was crazy. City boys, what do they know about the things that lurk in the shadows of the wilderness? We spent the next few days combing the area, searching for any sign of Josh or any other victims. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the feeling of being watched more intense than ever. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being toyed with, led deeper and deeper into the heart of the beast. Then, one afternoon, we stumbled upon something incredible. A hidden cave, tucked away behind a waterfall. The entrance was almost completely concealed by the cascading water, but one of the rangers spotted it. We waded through the pool at the base of the falls, the icy water numbing our feet, and entered the cave. The air inside was cold and damp, heavy with the smell of mildew and something else. Something ancient and foul. As our eyes adjusted to the dim light, we saw that the walls were covered in those same strange symbols we'd found at the campsites. And there was something else. Bones. Hundreds of them, scattered across the floor, piled up in corners. Human bones. It was a charnel house, a place of death and decay. It looked like it had been used for centuries, a place where the Wendigo brought its victims. We found evidence of cannibalism, the bones cracked and split, the marrow sucked out. And in one corner, we found something that made my blood run cold. A journal. It was old, the leather cover cracked and dry. The pages were filled with faded ink, the writing barely legible. It was the diary of a man, a trapper who had stumbled upon the cave decades ago. He described encountering the Wendigo, the creature's terrifying appearance, its insatiable hunger. He wrote about how it had driven him mad, how he had succumbed to its influence, how he had eaten his own companions. The last entry was the most chilling. It was just a single sentence, scrawled in shaky handwriting. "It's inside me now." We left the cave, the journal safely bagged as evidence. As we emerged from behind the waterfall, the sun was setting, casting long, ominous shadows across the canyon. I looked back at the cave, the dark maw hidden behind the curtain of water, and I knew that we had just scratched the surface of something truly terrifying. Something that was still out there, watching us, waiting for its next victim. The discovery of the cave and that journal, it changed everything. The FBI guys, the ones who'd scoffed at my Wendigo theory, they weren't scoffing anymore. They were pale, their eyes wide with a fear I'd never seen in a Fed before. We were dealing with something way beyond a missing hiker or even a serial killer. This was something primal, something ancient and evil. The weather took a turn for the worse that night. A storm rolled in, bringing with it torrential rain and howling winds. The temperature plummeted, and the forest was plunged into an eerie darkness. We were hunkered down in a temporary camp, huddled in our tents, listening to the wind whipping through the trees and the rain battering the canvas. Sleep was impossible. The storm raged for 2 days, cutting us off from the outside world. Our supplies were running low, and the feeling of isolation was suffocating. The forest felt alive, malevolent, closing in on us. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sent shivers down my spine. I knew the Wendigo was out there, lurking in the shadows, watching us, waiting. The nightmares returned, more vivid than ever. I saw the creature in my dreams, its glowing eyes, its skeletal form, its gaping maw. I could hear its raspy voice whispering my name, promising me power, promising me hunger. I woke up gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. During the day, we tried to keep busy, reinforcing our camp, checking our gear, and trying to maintain radio contact with the outside world. But the storm was jamming the signals, and we were mostly on our own. The tension was palpable, everyone on edge, jumpy at the slightest sound. Then, one evening, as the storm finally began to subside, I saw it. A fleeting glimpse, a shadow moving between the trees, its eyes glowing in the fading light. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but I knew what I'd seen. The Wendigo was close. That night, the feeling of dread was almost unbearable. I huddled in my tent, my rifle clutched in my hands, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind had died down, but there was a new sound, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the very heart of the woods. It was a sound that made my blood run cold, a sound that spoke of ancient hunger and unimaginable evil. I knew then that we were no longer the hunters. We were the hunted. The storm had passed, but the forest remained shrouded in an eerie silence. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring and your skin crawl. We were all on edge, our nerves stretched thin. The feeling of being watched was almost unbearable. We knew the Wendigo was out there, somewhere in the darkness, its eyes fixed on us. We decided to break camp and move. Staying put felt like a death sentence. We needed to get back to civilization, to safety. But the forest was a labyrinth, and we were lost, disoriented. Every path we took seemed to lead us deeper into the wilderness. As we trudged through the undergrowth, I noticed something. The animal life had vanished. No birdsong, no squirrels scampering through the trees, no insects buzzing. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then we heard it. A scream. A high-pitched, terrified scream that echoed through the trees. We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. The scream came again, closer this time. We exchanged glances, our eyes wide with fear. Someone was out there, and they were in trouble. We followed the sound of the screams, pushing through the thick undergrowth, our weapons at the ready. The screams led us to a small clearing, where we found her. A young woman, huddled beneath a tree, her face contorted in terror. She was covered in scratches and bruises, her clothes torn. She looked like she'd been through hell. We approached her cautiously, trying to calm her down. She was hysterical, babbling incoherently about a monster, a creature with glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. She said it had been chasing her for days, that it had killed her friends. She was the only one left. I tried to make sense of her words, but her fear was contagious. I could see the terror in her eyes, the raw, primal fear of something truly monstrous. I knew she wasn't lying. She had seen the Wendigo. We tried to get her to come with us, but she was too terrified to move. She clung to the tree, her eyes wide with fear, begging us not to leave her alone. We tried to reassure her, but it was no use. She was convinced that the creature would return, that it would kill us all. Then, as we were trying to decide what to do, we heard it again. The growl. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the very depths of the forest. It was closer this time, closer than ever before. The woman screamed, burying her face in her hands. We knew then that we had to get out of there, and fast. But as we turned to leave, we saw it. Standing at the edge of the clearing, its eyes glowing in the darkness. The Wendigo. It was taller than I remembered, its form skeletal and gaunt, its skin stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes burned with an unholy light, and its mouth was stretched wide in a grotesque grin, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. We were trapped. Panic seized us. The woman screamed again, a raw, primal sound that echoed through the clearing. The Wendigo lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws snapping. We opened fire, the sharp crack of our rifles shattering the silence. The creature recoiled, momentarily stunned, but the bullets seemed to have little effect. It snarled, its eyes burning with rage, and charged again. We scattered, scrambling for cover behind trees and rocks. The Wendigo was incredibly fast, its movements a blur. It swiped at us with its claws, leaving deep gouges in the bark of the trees. We fired again, but it was like shooting at a ghost. The creature seemed to anticipate our every move, dodging our bullets with an almost supernatural agility. The woman was still screaming, her voice filled with terror. I saw the Wendigo close in on her, its claws reaching for her throat. I raised my rifle, but I hesitated. I couldn't get a clear shot without risking hitting her. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from her face. She screamed again, and then, silence. I thought it had got her, but then I saw her. She was scrambling away, her face contorted in pain. The Wendigo had missed its mark, but its claws had raked across her arm, leaving a deep, bloody gash. She was bleeding profusely. We had to get out of there. I yelled at the others to regroup, and we started to run, the woman stumbling alongside us. The Wendigo gave chase, its howls echoing through the forest. It was relentless, a predator toying with its prey. We dodged trees and jumped over fallen logs, our lungs burning, our legs screaming for rest. But we couldn't stop. We knew that if we did, we were dead. The woman was slowing us down. She was losing blood fast, her face pale and drawn. We tried to help her, but she was too weak to keep up. We were losing her. Then, just as I thought we were done for, I saw it. A light in the distance. A small, flickering light that seemed to beckon us forward. It was a cabin, a small, wooden cabin nestled amongst the trees. We stumbled towards it, our hopes renewed. We reached the cabin and burst through the door, slamming it shut behind us. We barricaded the door with whatever we could find, furniture, logs, rocks. We were safe, for now, but we knew it wouldn't be for long. The Wendigo was still out there, and it was coming for us. The cabin was small, just a single room with a rickety wooden floor and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Dust and cobwebs covered every surface, and the air was thick with the smell of damp wood and decay. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. For now. We huddled together in the center of the room, the woman's shallow breaths filling the silence. Her wound was bad, the blood soaking through the makeshift bandage we'd made from a torn shirt. We needed to get her to a hospital, but that was impossible in our current situation. We were trapped, surrounded by the wilderness, with a monster lurking outside. The Wendigo howled again, its chilling cry echoing through the night. It was close, circling the cabin, its claws scraping against the wooden walls. We could hear its heavy breathing, its raspy snarls, its frustrated growls. It was toying with us, savoring the hunt. We reinforced the door with a heavy wooden table and braced ourselves against the walls, our weapons at the ready. The creature slammed against the door, the flimsy wood creaking under the force. We held our breath, our hearts pounding in our chests. The door held, but for how long? The Wendigo continued its assault, ramming the door again and again. The windows rattled, and the walls shook. We were running out of time. We needed a plan, a way to escape. But what could we do? We were outnumbered, outgunned, and trapped in a rickety cabin with a wounded woman. Then I remembered the journal. The trapper's journal. He had mentioned something about fire, about the Wendigo's aversion to fire. It was a long shot, but it was our only hope. I scrambled to the fireplace, frantically searching for anything flammable. There were some old newspapers stuffed in a corner, and a few dry logs piled next to the hearth. I struck a match, my hands trembling, and ignited the newspapers. The flames caught, licking at the logs, and soon a small fire crackled in the fireplace. The Wendigo's howls intensified, filled with rage and frustration. It clawed at the door, desperate to get to us. But the fire was growing, the flames casting dancing shadows across the walls. The creature hesitated, its growls turning into whimpers. It was afraid of the fire. I grabbed a burning log from the fireplace and hurled it at the door. The wood caught fire, the flames spreading quickly. The Wendigo shrieked, a sound of pure terror, and retreated from the burning door. We had bought ourselves some time. I grabbed the woman, and we stumbled towards the back of the cabin. There was a small window, boarded up from the outside. We smashed the window with the butt of my rifle, splintering the wood. We crawled through the opening, the woman whimpering in pain. We were free. We ran, the flames of the burning cabin lighting our way. We didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the forest, the first rays of dawn painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. We had survived, but at a cost. The woman was weak, her breathing shallow. We knew she wouldn't make it. We held her hand as she slipped away, her eyes fixed on the rising sun. We buried her there, at the edge of the forest, a silent testament to the horrors we had witnessed. We stumbled out of the forest, battered, bruised, and exhausted. The rising sun felt like a slap in the face after days of darkness. We found a ranger station a few miles down the road, the small building a beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. They took us in, gave us food and water, and called for medical assistance. I watched the paramedics tend to my wounds, the physical pain a distant echo compared to the turmoil inside me. The FBI arrived soon after, their faces grim. They questioned us, their voices sharp, their eyes filled with suspicion. They wanted to know what had happened, where the others were. I told them everything, about the Wendigo, the cave, the journal, the woman. They listened, their expressions shifting from disbelief to concern to something akin to fear. They sent out search parties, but they found nothing. No trace of the other rangers, no sign of Josh, no evidence of the Wendigo. The official report attributed the disappearances to an animal attack, a tragic accident. But I knew the truth. The Wendigo was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victims. I resigned from the Forest Service shortly after. I couldn't go back into the woods, not after what I'd seen. The nightmares continued, the chilling howls of the Wendigo echoing in my dreams. I tried to forget, to move on, but the memories haunted me, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of the world. I still hear the whispers in the wind, the rustling of leaves, the cracking of branches. I see shadows moving in the periphery, eyes glowing in the darkness. I know the Wendigo is still out there, watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I keep the trapper's journal close, a reminder of the horrors I've witnessed, a warning to others. I tell my story to anyone who will listen, hoping to prevent another tragedy. But most people just dismiss it as a tall tale, a campfire story. They don't believe. They don't understand. But I know. I know that the wilderness holds secrets, ancient and terrifying. I know that the Wendigo is real, a creature of hunger and darkness, a predator that walks among us. And I know that it will never truly be gone, not as long as there are shadows for it to hide in, not as long as there is fear to feed its insatiable hunger. So, if you ever find yourself in the wilderness, listen carefully. Listen for the whispers in the wind, the rustling of leaves, the cracking of branches. And if you hear a owl, a high-pitched, mournful wail that chills you to the bone, run. Run as fast as you can. Don't look back. And pray that the Wendigo doesn't find you. Because if it does, you'll never escape its grasp. You'll become another victim, another lost soul consumed by the darkness. And the whispers in the woods will carry your screams, a warning to those who dare to venture too deep into the wilderness.